Welcome to our Sunday coverage of America's Day at the Races from Belmont at the Big A. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Is that boat going in reverse? For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. No, it's not going in reverse. It is going forward. My bad. Welcome to the program. Good to be with you. I'll bring in Andy Serling here in just a moment. Greg Wolf with you. We have a tremendous card for you this afternoon. Sun shining. Races have been taken off the turf. However, we do have an early stakes race. We'll see if Alabama winner randomized has what it takes to move to the next level and get to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. That is to come early on in this card. Take a look at what's ahead on our Sunday program with the sun now shining here in South Ozone Park. We'll bring you races 1 through 9. We're on 12:30 to 1 FS2 coverage. 1 to 3 we hop over to FS1 and then back on FS2 from 3 to 5. That Beldame we talked about, Futurity, Noble Damsel, Matron, they come off the grass with me. New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to see you after he rolled in on the subway this morning together.
We did come in. We're spending a full day together, though you'll be on a little later than I am today, but at least the sun is shining. Unfortunately, the damage was done for the turf yesterday, and you got to really sort of feel bad for the connections of these two-year-olds, and they want to use these races. They were winning your in races for the Breeders' Cup. They want to use them again in that Breeders' Cup juvenile turf race. It's been frustrating. I mean, and from a equine perspective, it's tough for everybody. Nobody has been hurt more by the rain than the two-year-olds of the turf, it seems like, this summer.
Going to look back on some of those big performances from yesterday as well, especially that juvenile division. We saw that big performance from Timberlake, obviously a race out of Keeneland as well. Lock wins for Todd Pletcher. We'll review some of those big efforts a little bit later on in the program. As we get to our opener on this Sunday card, it's a maiden special weight. They're all looking for the first win of their career coming up. Two-year-olds going 7/8 of a mile. This one here, we're going to see in a moment, Bilal we'll get to for Bill Mott, faced Fierceness, who was a heavy beaten favorite in Champaign yesterday. Ridgewood Runner kicks things off with Kendrick Carmouche.
To be fair, his debut was okay. Took a step back in a very, very tough maiden race at Saratoga, so his form may not be as bad as it looks at first glance.
Todd Pletcher with a gun runner debuter here. Flavian Pratt, this is the favorite.
Half to Brilliant Speed, who was second, the third in the Belmont Stakes, but super speedy as well, a very talented runner. Could be a runner.
Here's the Mott Colt, who was a distant third to Fierceness in the debut.
I like this horse. You know he can be forward. He chased Fierceness. I think that had a lot to his finish, but the money the two's taking is scary.
Yeah, stablemate to that runner, Bilal. Lambeth, first-timer for Mott.
Not a bad pedigree to speak of.
And 2 sprint starts at Parks for Levin on the outside.
The outsider in this race, because it looks like a pretty tough race. And it's funny watching the money go back and forth. Now Bilal is favored. A second ago, the 2 was favored, Speedrunner. And I think with Speedrunner's pedigree for Todd Pletcher, that money has to be considered a very good sign. I'm not downgrading Bilal because of Fierceness's race yesterday, though.
You could follow along with all the action. Get the stats on the jockeys, trainers, horses. With free Equibase past performances, go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and follow along with all the action on today's program. 2 minutes away from our opening race on this Sunday program. Let's check in for the first time with Maggie Wolfendale. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg, and kind of an interesting race here. I'm finding positives and negatives with 3 of the major players. I think Ridgewood Runner, he'll actually run better. As Andy was pointing out, I think he's a little bit sneaky, but let's start with the horse who is likely to go off as the post-time favorite in number 4, Bilal, who is your second-time starter in this crew. Now, sometimes it's just all about the competition that you're facing, and looking at him physically against his foes today, he is the best of them. He's big, he's strong, really well muscled. Again, as Andy pointed out, he should have speed, and he looks that way. He's acting that way too, as he'll try to stretch it out to the 5 off of the 6 for a long, the 7 after the 6 for a long effort. But the one slight negative I have with him is that he was still green out on the racetrack. He was green. He didn't want to link up with the pony. It might just be him. Then he kind of wanted to be a little bit goofy with Junior Alvarado when he got him away from the pony and galloped to the backside. But I think he is he just made a better physical impression than the first-time starter, number 2, Speed Runner, who the dam is getting up there. She is 22 years old, and a lot of those good foals are kind of in the rear view mirror. he was kind of screaming. He just seems very unsure of himself. He wanted to spook. He really, Fabian Pratt really had to ask him with the crop to get into a gallop in the warm-up. He's a little bit of a slighter frame, looks as though he needs to fill out and strengthen up. Now he's fit from that leanness perspective, but it just feels like that light bulb isn't quite on between the ears, as the other first-time starter also for Belmont is Lambeth, son of Arrogate. He is a foal to Jungfrau, who I've always had hopes for, but he's never actually won a race. I think he broke his maiden via DQ. He looks completely different than him. He's chestnut, his Jungfrau's is big gray, and he's actually a little bit more sleek and a little bit more athletic looking than Jungfrau. Really good mover. I don't think today is going to be the day he breaks his maiden per se, but one I want to watch with interest, Greg, because I liked him more once I saw him out on the racetrack and how he got over this surface.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Even money on Bilal. Start number 2, expensive, son of Street Sense, $725,000 purchase with the 4. Start number 2 coming up. You can play all the action, including an early pick 5 that starts right here by getting signed up with Now Bets, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. That's the promo code to use for new members at sign up, match 200, right there. At NowRebets.com.
I thought it was interesting that Bilal was a sort of a Rapoli stable cull in the sense that they sold that one. But you know what? They got a lot of money for him. We'll see if he ends up being worth it. I'm not trying to beat Bilal. We'll see about Speed Runner, and you and I were talking about Ridgewood Runner off camera. Not impossible if you're looking for a price, but I think Bilal ran well first time out, chasing the speed of fierceness.
There he is with Junior Alvarado. Had these connections. Mott Jr. back-to-back Grade 1 wins on Saturday. Lambeth, stablemate of the favorite, steps in, making his debut. And Levin to the outside, last to load. We kick off this Sunday card with a maiden special weight at 7/8. We go upstairs, John Imbrial, to get us started.
We are all set for the Sunday opener. And they're off. Levan broke well from the outside. Bilal is right there. And Ridgewood Runner from the rail. Ridgewood Runner goes on with it and has the lead. Bilal second by a head. Levan's on the outside in third. Speed Runner is next in fourth. 4.5 lengths, now 5 lengths from the front. Lambeth is the trailer as the field moves up the backstretch. Ridgewood Runner in front by a length and a quarter. Bilal is second by a half length, and Levan on the outside in third. The opening quarter mile over the good going in 23 1/5 seconds. Speed Runner is advancing down at the rail, and Lambeth has moved up in between horses. So just 3.5 lengths separating the field. Ridgewood Runner is the one to catch. In front here by a length with the favorite Bilal in pursuit in second. So it is Ridgewood Runner on top, midway on the turn. Bilal is in second. Another length and a half to the trio of Lambeth, Levan, and Speed Runner down at the rail. The half in 46 4/5 seconds as they hit the head of the stretch. And it is Ridgewood Runner, Bilal on the outside. Bilal and Ridgewood Runner. Now Bilal takes the lead. Ridgewood Runner is back running in second. Speed Runner down at the rail, followed by Lambeth and Levan. And it is Bilal who is getting away from them now. And Bilal is about to break his maiden on a Sunday in New York. Bilal the winner by 3.5 lengths. Ridgewood Runner was second. And Speed Runner finished third.
Ridgewood Runner tried to take it to this group under Kenner Carmouche, but in the end, Bilal just too good. Breaks his maiden here, start number 2.
And he went a very quick, just over 12 seconds, actually, for his final 8th, which is a good sign for him. Seems like a promising horse for Bill Mott. We'll see where he sort of goes with him. You know, does he look to maybe run him in Nashua, head towards a race like the Remsen? Because I think you have to be impressed with the way he finished in here, Greg.
Professional effort.
Yeah. Street sense.
123 1 for the 7/8 of a mile.
So he flatters fierceness. But I want to talk about fierceness more with you when we talk about the Champagne.
Yeah, we'll get to it. I mean, a horse that wants to be forward, a wet track too, being as far back after not breaking well,
yeah,
problematic.
2-year-olds in their second starts, when things don't go well at the start, can often have a very exaggeratedly poor performance.
Let's not write him off just yet.
Yeah, I agree.
But we will get to that. We'll have more coming up on the Champagne in just a little bit. Bilal here for Mott. Had those back-to-back Grade 1 wins on the Saturday card. Kicks off Sunday with a victory, and he'll be represented as well in the Grade 2 Beldame with Nostalgic. Bilal very good here in start number 2 against this group to break the maiden. Going 7/8 of a mile. Kaleem Shah owns, as you mentioned, bred by Rapoli Stables.
He looked like the goods today. We'll see how quickly the track is playing, but 123-1, especially that final eighth of a mile in 12.3. That's moving along. So this seems like a promising horse in the street sense. Supposed to be able to get more distance.
Odds on with your winner to kick off the Sunday card. 4-1-2-5 finish. When we come back, we'll talk two talented 2-year-olds that have punched their ticket to the Breeders' Cup. Timberlake impressing in the Champagne for Brad Cox, and just FYI for Mott, now 2 for 2 after a Grade 1 Frizette victory.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
650,000.
Jesse, 375,000. AC, 335,000.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Thanks for tuning in here on FS2. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Well, the first race here on this Sunday, much like the same on Saturday, as Bill Mott sends out Bilal for a maiden-breaking victory and teaming up with his regular rider, Junior Alvarado. And Junior, let's first talk about Bilal here. Second time out, you know, he looked like a horse that still was almost figuring it out, but once you kind of corrected him, he wanted to lug in a little bit. It looks like he really kicked away from this field.
Yeah, you know, to be honest, I just think he's run probably 70% of his ability. I just think he's trying still to put it together, you know, in the race. You know, he's kind of like, you know, whatever you make him do, you know, he will do it, but then he kind of get lost there again. So you have to kind of keep reminding him what to do. And like I said, I just think today, you know, he just run just being probably most the best horse. You know, he benefit from having one star out to it. And I think this is a nice horse that really look forward.
You should. That was an impressive victory, and one that she's been around a while, but it was your first spin aboard her as you pulled off a double Grade 1 yesterday victories. But let's talk about Warlike Goddess. Obviously, just what FYI is very impressive, but it was your first time aboard her. And as we were talking on Friday, she can be a little bit tricky. Talk a little bit about riding her, because you guys got along very well.
Yeah, I just thought yesterday, I said to myself, listen, I'm going to break, and I would, I was a race when Le Peru rode it too before, and, she used to very relaxed, very kind for him. So I said, let me try to see what I can do something similar, and just when I left the gate, I just didn't move. I didn't want to try to go forward to get any position because then he might get a little keen. So I just leave out of there. I knew it was a long race. Just tried to trust her, and that's what I did. I said took a hold. He grabbed the mane, and like I said, she took me for a nice ride. When we were ready, I kind of got my way through the rail and then tipped out, and I mean, she has a beautiful kick turning from home.
Oh, it was so much fun to watch, you guys. Now, I do want to ask you about Nostalgic coming up in the Beldame, a horse that she's now third off the layoff. She won last time out. Does the distance help her, or is she one that needs pace, Junior?
Yeah, I think, it's a little bit of both. I think she needs a little bit of pace. It doesn't really look like much pace in this race this time. So I had to try to play with the brake and maybe try something. But yeah, I mean, she's been very, very nice this year. I think the little time off that Bill gave her, kind of help her a little bit. And, like I said, she's been very, very good this year, and hopefully she can run a good race today.
Well, Junior, best of luck with her. Keep things rolling. Congrats.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Junior Alvarado having himself a weekend, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Junior, a sensational Saturday afternoon. Kicks off this card in the right way as he keeps things going for his main man and client, Bill Mott. And looks at the Saturday that Junior had, back-to-back grade ones, and he kicked off the card yesterday as well with a win.
Yeah. And the barn is going extremely well, and Canara looks like another one headed to stakes.
$3.50 here on Bilal as Junior wins the opener for the second straight day. Expensive Son of Street Sense now wins in start number 2. And certainly would appear going longer, going to get even better as we move on to the second race here. This one, 6.5 furlongs, $16,000 claiming price. They're all for sale for that price, who have not won 2 lifetime. And Guardian Angel, Diamond Collector, both taking a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to beat Diamond Collector, who's going to be the favorite in this race, and I believe should be the favorite here. It just feels to me like, in general, when Linda Rice takes these sharp drops with her horses, they seem to run to their good races, and she's been facing better horses, and I don't think she'll appreciate less distance today.
Look back to yesterday and the 2 win-in-your-in races in the 2-year-old division. So much talk, even before the debut at Saratoga for Fierceness for Todd Pletcher. Way over bet in this race on Saturday. In the beginning, did not go well for him, and that was pretty much it.
It's as though people just saw his race and forgot about how well horses like Timberlake and General Partner had run. He didn't break that sharply. He was really the architect of his own demise early, and he just gave up. We'll give more on him early. General Partner ran very well, cutting out an extremely honest pace in here and holding on fairly well. But he was no match for Timberlake, who showed a new dimension. He was comfortable raiding behind horses. He took a little bit of dirt, and when he got out in the clear, he ran. This was a very good performance by both of them, but particularly by Timberlake.
Yeah, Florent Giroux, his pilot, said he's, again, second start in a row, actually 3 out of his 4 starts, where he's not been that quick out of the gate, but he's still able to get himself in pretty good position. He was ranking that hopeful. That was not the case this time. He was able to relax.
Yeah, I think you have to like the fact that he's showing that tractability, because he's a horse that if he has to be forward, if there isn't much pace, he can be forward. But now he's a horse that doesn't need to be in front. And if the pace gets kind of quick, which it obviously was yesterday, he can track it and he can still finish. I don't see what there is to not like about him.
Also earns 10 points on the road to next year's Kentucky Derby. Timberlake, 93 buyer for the victory, punches his ticket, Maggie, to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. What do you think of the performance?
Well, Greg, I was talking with Andy about it earlier. I am so excited for this Breeders' Cup Juvenile. It feels like there's so many talented horses in this crop. Feels like a deep division this year where maybe as of recently, it's been maybe just a little lackluster. But I also said that when Fierceness walked into the paddock too, he looked like the freshman coming in against seniors, whereas General Partner and Timberlake are big, imposing, powerful 2-year-old colts. And, size doesn't always matter, but at this time of the year with these colts, most often it does. the bigger, stronger horses win. And while he does have that viable excuse of not getting away cleanly, he was antsy in the gate, then he leapt up, and it was just kind of a disaster from the get-go. Obviously, you don't want to write him off immediately, and maybe, too, he's a horse that is better with sprints, given his smaller stature. But I'm so excited for Timberlake. I've been a fan of this horse since I first laid eyes on him in the Hopeful, Greg. And General Partner, got to give him a lot of credit, too, for carving out some serious fractions and being able to secure second place, too.
Indeed. There might wind up being quite a few very talented 2-year-olds in that race. Timberlake, though, wins that battle, moves out of it, and looks like, assuming all things go well, we will see him not only, in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, but as one of the likely favorites that day.
I agree. I could see him going off as favorite, and obviously we saw a good race yesterday from Locked at Keeneland. A little bit slower, but he didn't have the best of trips. Muth ran well out in California, winning the American Pharaoh with a 93 buyer. So we're seeing, I think this is a year we're seeing some good 2-year-olds, really good 2-year-old males heading out to that Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Meanwhile, Philly version, Grade 1 Frizette. And just FYI for Bill Mott, after winning first time out at Saratoga, stretches out to a mile. Mott was a little skeptical. He wasn't sure how she was going to handle this wet surface. It worked out just fine.
Yeah, I mean, the only surprising thing was that she was somehow 9-2 and not a similar price to either the 2 or 5 horse that ran 3rd or 4th. She dominated this bunch. She was clearly best in this race. Much, much better. Not a particularly fast race, not competitive with the boys, one almost over 1 2/3 of a second slower, 75 buyer. She's going to have to get faster to beat the horses like Candide, obviously Tamara out in California, this daughter of Beholder. But still, she's 2 for 2 for Bill Mott, and no reason she can't improve some more.
6 furlong win at debut, wins at a mile on a sloppy sealed surface here in her second start to get this Grade 1 victory. As you mentioned, homebred for George Krikorian. And Connections always thought she would be better as she stretched out in distance, and obviously going to stretch out again for the Breeders' Cup here. But impressively, now 2 for 2, and she will be moving on. Maggie, just FYI, heading out west.
As she should. And as you mentioned, Connections, looking at her physically, she's going to be one that relishes the longer distances for sure, because while she has that physical prototype, she's very long, leggy, scopy type of frame to her, she also has that coupled with tactical speed, and that can be very dangerous when you start stepping a horse out in trip. And I think she is a little bit of a work in progress per se, as you guys mentioning the slower type of figure she's running, because she hasn't really filled out that frame. She's just a bit unfurnished as of now, and yet she's still being able to do that. And it was, I'm sure, just a blissful and magical day for George Krikorian, winning the 2 Grade 1s with Warlike Goddess, and obviously this one, who is a pure homebred, having several generations of this family. And it looks like, just FYI, yeah, she'll have to get better, but I do think the future is bright for her. Greg?
Yeah, still incredibly lightly raced. Just the second start of her career. And again, back to these Connections, to have Warlike Goddess, who we'll talk about a little bit later, some are writing her off to get back and not just beat the boys again, but she equals the biggest figure she's ever run.
No, she ran extremely well. Obviously, she liked the going, but it's not like she hasn't run big figures before, and it's not like there weren't reasons to be optimistic that she could put those bad races behind her. She got very rank in her prior race. She was able to settle very well yesterday. Her prior race, she had a no-chance trip whatsoever in New York, and she's going to head, you were saying to me, definitely against the boys in the Breeders' Cup turf. They'd want to go that 1.5 miles.
Yeah, much better at that distance. They believe that's the kind of race mare that she is. So we'll see her against the boys, assuming she does go. Their schedule obviously got pushed back a little bit with this moving an extra week forward because of the weather.
Well, hopefully they will go, and I think there's no reason to think she can't be a factor, especially against the U.S. interest in the race. Yeah. It's all going to come down to, as it does every year, what Europeans come.
You can be part of the action as well. Breeders' Cup now just 26 days away. Don't miss the best horses from all over the world as they descend on Santa Anita Park November 3rd and 4th to determine who will be crowned world champion. Limited tickets still available, so head to breederscup.com/tickets and secure your seats before they are all gone. Take a look at what's ahead on our Sunday program. And Some fillies and mares trying to punch their ticket potentially to that distaff is coming up in the Grade 2 Beldame. We'll see Alabama winner, randomized, that gate-to-wire score, taking on older company. And she will be a short price, and it looks like it could be potentially, Andy, a repeat of what we saw in the Alabama. There's no other speed in this race.
Well, there's nobody that can run with her. She's fast. She's fast. She's got stamina. She's got some competition inside of her, and definitely outside of her, potentially inside of her if a Moray can find her form from earlier this year. But she's fast and good. Nest won the Alabama last year. She won the Beldame. You have to go back to 2013 to see the last 3-year-old to do it. But if you go back into like the 90s, there were a lot of horses in the 90s and before that ran and won the Alabama and came back and won the Beldame. You just don't see the 3-year-olds try olders the way they used to do it in the fall.
Able to control on the front end in this Alabama and earned a big figure, the biggest figure she has done in the process. Back-to-back wins, but now comes the test against older company. There's a couple of legitimate older runners in this field, but again, you look at the pace in here, and they're all going to have to come after her.
She's too fast for these horses early, and she has a lot of speed. The one thing she hasn't shown, she's a horse that can overcome adversity. She didn't like getting dirt kicked in her face and the acorn sitting behind the pace and inside of horses. So far, we know she needs to control to win. We don't know if she can maybe stalk a horse out in the clear and be successful, but it's not going to be something she's supposed to have to worry about in this race. She's just too fast for them early.
Undefeated going around her ground when she has made the lead, and that's expected to continue again today. Nostalgic for Belmont. Junior Alvarado will have the outside post in this compact 4-horse field, and maybe getting a little more consistent now as a 4-year-old. She had obviously talent back in the 3-year-old campaign. She won the Grade 3 Gazelle at this distance, at this track.
No, I agree, Greg. I think that is the biggest change. We always knew there was some talent in there. There was just an incredible lack of consistency and an inability to put races together back to back. But she showed the turn back the alarm that she can run good figures and she can run well. But then she comes back off the layoff. She runs second, but she runs second to a good horse, a good figure, and then she ran this race. Okay, she beat Gerrymander. Gerrymander finds horses to beat her all the time. We'll see if the one entry against her today will beat her today. But she's running good figures, and she seems to be a legitimate threat, and she's run well in a 1 1/8, and she's run well in a 1 1/8 at Aqueduct. So she's got some things going for her, and I think she's the most likely upsetter.
Yeah, it just seems like, too, Junior Alvarado is going to have to make a decision. Randomized, it's going to force everyone to kind of come away from their game and keep contact with her. Is Nostalgic going to have to do that to win?
She'll have to try. I don't think you want Joel Rosario, if you're randomized, to nurse her along. And one thing about Joel, he's not afraid to let a horse open up. Let her go. Let them run to have to keep up with her. I know that Richie, who's going to be on the show with us soon, has that kind of feeling in general. But use her speed as a weapon, because randomized is fast.
Rosario, Chad Brown, Klarovich with the Alabama winner, taking on older company, the Grade 2 Beldame, and with a big performance. Every right to move on and be part of that distaff?
Oh, absolutely, along with her stablemate search results.
That is coming up. That'll be race 3 on this card. Our coverage here on FS2 coming to a close temporarily. We'll back on a little bit later. We're going to continue, though, after this break over on FS1. We will see you there after this break. Pick things up with race 2 that kicks off this early pick 4 on the Sunday card from Belmont at the Big A.
$250, $260.
First time I saw Epicenter was a Keeneland September sale, and he went immediately from there to my parents' place in Laredo, Texas. So I was fortunate to be involved with him early on. He was somebody we were always extremely high on physically. He was capable of speed, but it was quite obvious the further they went, the better off he would be. He had won the preps gate to wire going into the Louisiana Derby, and it was an opportunity to show another dimension of him, and he handled it extremely professionally and developed that style from there.
It's Epicenter, who's kicked away now. Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby.
With his talent level, we were always hoping and thinking classics, and him being the one. The times that he yielded, the numbers that he put down late in his 2-year-old year, early 3-year-old year is as good as it gets. Quite obvious, the Derby and the Preakness and how, the outcome of that being frustrating. But if anything, Epicenter showed Grittiness, toughness, didn't let any of that hurt his feelings, and rebounded with emphatic victories and showed exactly how good he could be.
And he's the center of attention now. Epicenter comes from off the pace to win the Jim Dandy Stakes. Epicenter in front, and he is at the top of the 3-year-old class. Epicenter with a very top-notch finish in the Run Happy Travers.
He separates himself. His mental strength, physical strength, always looked tremendous on the racetrack. Every time you breezed him, worked him. The brilliance that can come along with Giant's Causeway. It's not lost on me that gun runners out of a Giant's Causeway mare, when they are good, they're better than everybody else.
Next on America's Day of the Races, it's the Sunday card from Belmont at the Big A with a distaff division featured in the Grade 2 Beldame. Current leading trainer at the meet, Chad Brown, will test his talented 3-year-old filly randomized against older company after an impressive front-running score in the Alabama. Will today be a repeat performance without much speed signed on. Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott had a sensational Saturday with back-to-back Grade 1 wins. He'll try to keep things going with Nostalgic, who looks to add a second graded stakes score. Could she spring the upset? She had a win in the Gazelle at this track at this distance last year as a 3-year-old. That and more coming up on this Sunday edition of America's Day at the Races. Is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, we're already getting in that Halloween theme, not too far away. Good to be with you, everyone, on our FS1 coverage. Greg Wolf, I'll bring in my crew here in a moment on the desk as we get set for a good card on the Sunday afternoon coming up. Sun is shining finally after we had, again, wet weather on Saturday. Took a lot of the races off the turf. Today, distaff division, again, will be featured, and we'll see if Randomized can, again, go gate to wire off that big performance when she went on the front end all the way in that Alabama for that first Grade 1 winner of her career. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 2 through 9 coming up. We'll be on FS1 for the next couple of hours. Then we're back over on FS2. Futurity, Noble Damsel, Matron, all to come as well. We are off the turf today for this Sunday card. With me, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Good to see you. New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. And obviously, this early feature in the Beldame, randomized, tackling older company, but it looks like she holds all the cards.
It just seems like she has a tactical advantage. She's a filly that has natural speed, Andy, and I just like to see them let her go do what comes natural to her. Don't inhibit her natural stride.
I agree, and Joel Rosario is the right kind of rider for that. He's not afraid to let them roll in the front end and make them play her game, and she's not only the controlling speed, there's also a reasonable question about whether or not she's also the most talented horse in the race. That's a combination that would make her unbeatable.
We'll get to that coming up. First things first, we have the Pick 4 Race 2 ahead. You can play all the action by getting signed up started with Naira Bets. Show you how to do that right now before we get into this second race coming up. Go to nairabets.com, and that's the offer, that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus sign up, promo code, match 200 for new members to punch in right there at nairabets.com. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin and see who he likes as his best play this afternoon coming up. JK, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, Wolfie. Thank you so much. Even though Texas lost yesterday, a little bit sad about that. I think UCLA won, so I'm sure you're excited. My best bet is in race 8, the Matron. 6 furlongs. It was supposed to be on the turf. Now it's on the dirt. And I'm going to go with the 3, Sugar High. Sugar High is a horse that, leading into the spin-away, the second most impressive maiden race we saw for a filly outside of what we saw from Ways and Means was Sugar High. Now, Sugar High didn't run particularly well in the spin-away, but I believe that initial effort that we saw at Saratoga in that maiden race, and I think if she could run back to that, she's going to be extremely tough in here. She's not going to be the 8-1 of the morning line. Remember, this race, the morning line was created with the intentions of this race being run on the turf. Now it's on the dirt. She's going to take significantly more money, but just like yesterday, my best bet, Today's Flavor, who ran on the dirt, I think that you're still going to be able to pick up just at least a little bit of value, and I really do like Sugar High in the Matron being run on the dirt.
Yeah, she ran a huge figure first time out for Belmont, and then was in obviously extremely tough for the grade 1 spin away in start number 2.
Yeah, she'll be odds on in that race, and I don't disagree with Jonathan. She looks like she's very unlikely to lose. Perhaps the number 4 horse in there, number 4, excuse me, I got to get to the race. I thought, wrong race. I think that she's very likely to win. The 7 was the other horse.
Second race, 6.5 furlongs for non-winners of 2 lifetime. They're all for sale for $16,000 in this claiming race coming up. And here's London Lady at almost 20 to 1.
Coming in from out of town, she'd have to improve on her figures to win here.
First time on dirt. For the next one, we'll see who moves to a new barn.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of dirt pedigree, but horse has good dirt workouts and is taking a big drop in class.
We should see speed from Baby Socks for the barn of Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, I don't know if she's good enough on paper, but her speed could make her a major player to possibly upset.
Big price next door. That's Rachel Caroline, just 1 for 20. Omar Hernandez Moreno rides.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities to get that second career victory would be a surprise to me.
Big drop in class for the on-fire barn of Linda Rice with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, Jose's got to make sure he gets her into the game, but she's been running against much better horses. I like the cut back in distance. Linda wins with these kind of drops.
Some pace here with Serenade Soldier for Chris Englehart.
Yeah, outran Baby Socks last time when she finished 3rd behind her, Baby Socks being 2nd.
And Guardian Angel, good form out of town at Pimlico and Monmouth.
I agree. She's dropping down. Not surprised she's the second choice in the race. I just prefer Diamond Collector, but I'm a chalk-eating weasel today.
Wow, even money now on the big class dropper. How do they look up close and personal? Let's check in for the first time today on our FS1 coverage with Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, Greg, Diamond Collector looks like much the horse to beat. I, too, am not going to try to beat her as we have quite a windy day, but good for drying out the racetrack. Still labeled as good here, but I would have to think maybe throughout the day we should see an upgrade at some point. As we'll check in with her main competition coming in from out of town is number 7, Guardian Angel. Now, obviously, this is a horse I'm not familiar with, having only run in Florida and the Mid-Atlantic. I don't like what I'm seeing from her, to be honest. She might always look like this, but she's very lightly framed. She has got this long, drab, kind of dull coat on her. Now, I will say she warmed up nice. She's moving well out there, but on the flip side of that, she did not switch leads last time in that kind of, like we say, merry-go-round race where nobody changed position throughout the running of that one at Pimlico. But I just... between the two of them, number 5, Diamond Collector, looks a world better. Now, the next best-looking horse, though, is number 3, Baby Socks, who I think had a little bit of a trip in that she was a little against the racetrack, chasing wide last time when you wanted to be more towards the rail. And 2, it was an improve on her recent other form. And I find that sometimes when Rudy gets a horse kind of trending back in the right direction, they tend to stay that way, and she looks sensational. I mean, she's not much horse, but it's all relative, right? Dappled head to toe, big warm-up here beneath the bug rider, Luis Rivera. Now, one that is the third longest shot on the board, took some money just as of now, is number 2, Raton. Wild card. She's never been on the dirt, right? She does have much more of a turf pedigree, but looking at her, she doesn't look impossible here in handling this surface. Not overly turf meant. Looks as though she's doing well here for Mike Deeney, who takes over training and owning of this horse. So I thought, one, that Greg shows up for a tag for the first time that actually has more positives than negatives about her in the way that she looks.
And at 18 to 1, we'll see in the lower level claiming race, they only have 1 win to their credit. She does show a bullet drill on the dirt at Keeneland.
Not my cup of tea, but listen, I'm not knocking a long shot, and I like Diamond Collector. I didn't think she'd be as sure as 4 to 5 that she is right now, but she is the horse to beat, but I'm not knocking a long shot.
I do think that 5 furlongs and 59 and 1 is significant. A lot of horses that are maybe more turf meant or synthetic meant will always, you can get them to work a good half a mile. You get one to work a good 5/8 like that, that kind of starts, to me, differentiating who can handle dirt and who can't. I think that's very telling.
Well, this one here remains your odds-on favorite. Jose Ortiz for Linda Rice. 5 straight training titles and counting, and off to another great start here at Belmont at Aqueduct. And Diamond Collector, it's the big drop that makes this one the big contender. And obviously Guardian Angel taking plenty of support into this one as well on the outside.
It just seems like when Linda Rice horses take these kind of drops, they're usually very well meant. She has big numbers, 50% drops or more on the dirt. And she's been running against horses that are so much better. But to be fair, her last race was not good. And she was outside that day, but that was a dead rail track. So she wasn't really compromised by being outside. I think she'll run better going shorter, but I picked her. This price a little shorter than I thought she would be.
Meanwhile, 7-pound apprentice Maddie Over outside post with Guardian Angel Mig, who has those two good races, but they weren't near the level of what Diamond Collector was facing. They came in Monmouth and Pimlico.
No, and listen, I picked the 7 Guardian Angel. I actually liked her last 2 races. Obviously, she tried hard. I'm just not convinced Diamond Collector, off of her last effort, is going to be the Diamond Collector that should beat this field.
I don't think that's unfair to say that. I just see these horses for Linda Rice make these drops and they show up. Sure. But she's 4 to 5, so I don't think you need much reason to want to play against her. And I think a lot of things in this race depend on how aggressive Ruben Silvera is with Serenade Soldier. If he really takes it to Baby Sox like he did last time, he's going to make her job very difficult. If he doesn't, and Baby Sox is able to control, Baby Sox is a potential upsetter.
I have waxed poetic about Ruben Silvera and how aggressive he can be, and then the other day
he wasn't aggressive.
He wasn't aggressive.
Yeah, I know. You and I both. We both made fools of ourselves. We both talked ad infinitum about how much he likes to. He's always counted him to be aggressive, and then he was unaggressive. But he is usually aggressive.
Yeah, normally speaking, he goes.
There's the favorite just stepped in. Jose Ortiz on Diamond Collector, Serenade Soldier, and Ruben Silvera, and then Guardian Angel to the outside. Second choice on the board. Last to load was 7-pound apprentice Maddie Over. Let's go upstairs. Pick 4 starts here. John Imbrial, the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. There's Serenade Soldier out for the lead with Guardian Angel racing a close-up second. London Lady is down at the rail as they move up the backstretch. And Baby Sox is now gaining in between horses. Then comes Diamond Collector, who's in 5th, almost 4 lengths from the front. Another 3 to Rattan, and a big break back to Rachel Caroline, who trails the field in 7th. Serenade Soldier is the leader here, with Baby Sox now moving up in between horses to challenge. And on the outside is Guardian Angel, and the quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. The front 3 have 4 lengths on Diamond Collector, so the favorite is in 4th, 4 lengths from the front runners. London Lady has dropped back, and then it is Rattan as they come for the head of the stretch. Guardian Angel on the outside. Baby Sox is in between horses. Serenade Soldier is down at the rail, and Diamond Collector is being asked for more as the field comes through the stretch. It is Guardian Angel with a narrow lead. Diamond Collector ranges up on the outside now. Here comes Diamond Collector up to challenge Guardian Angel for the lead. Diamond Collector, Guardian Angel, they are 1-2 coming on for the finish, and it will be Diamond Collector to prevail here by 3/4 of a length. Guardian Angel was second, and farther back, Rattan came on for third.
Diamond Collector, Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, the heavy favorite, with the victory here cruising by Guardian Angel in the stretch.
He got a nice setup, too. Andy, 3 horses kind of battling for the lead. And the best horse on the drop down with a good trip.
Yeah, nothing really more to add to that, Richie. They were moving up front for this kind of group, and she was able to get it done. Probably, and I'm not beating up on Maddie Over. I think rides very well, actually. You were saying she may have moved a fraction early. It's also, in retrospect, it's a hard position to be in this race, and ended up finishing second. But Diamond Collector got it done. Linda Rice does this to drop down. The horse likely got claimed, but you know what? You claim this horse. Where are you going with her from here?
Yeah, the horse was well spotted. I mean, it wasn't like she won by 10 lengths. I mean, she had to work for it and got it done in a very chalky race, too. Here.
Well, they got the long shot that you and Maggie were talking about a little bit in for third behind the chalks.
5-7-2-3, very formful beginning to this card through the first 2 races, both odds-on winners, races 1 and 2. And the Linda Rice train keeps on rolling along. 5 consecutive meetings after tying with Chad Brown at Saratoga, she has captured on this NYRA circuit.
Yeah, listen, she's a very good horsewoman, and she's also very, very astute at where her horses belong, where they're going to excel, putting them in positions to succeed.
The common denominator among anyone at the racetrack that's successful, but talking about trainers in general, is they're driven. They're driven, and they basically eat, sleep, and drink horse racing. And Linda Rice, this is her life. You know, you dedicate your life to it, and she's all about racing. And you think about this drop down. People say, is it a negative drop down? No, it was exactly where she belonged.
Yep.
And wins here at Odds On. We'll have the prices when we come back. Jose Ortiz will get his picture taken here early on in this card. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll look back at the Joe Hurst Turf Classic, and she does it to the boys again. Warlike Goddess back to top form, appreciating that yielding going on a big Saturday for Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with 5.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Back with you on our FS1 coverage, America's Day at the Races from Belmont at the Big A. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Our early pick 4 underway. And through the first 2 races on this Sunday card, it has been very formful with favorites winning. Both Diamond Collector, Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, Abianca Holding take the second out 2 for 16 for this 4-year-old filly by Blame.
Yeah, got a nice setup. Set the good trip. 3 horses kind of scrimmaging on the lead. Tipped out. Had to work hard for it, but got it done, Andy.
Yeah, I agree. She got a very good setup, but she had to work hard to get it done in this race. And she ultimately proved the best horse, and just, you know, that's just sort of placing your horses right, as we were talking about. You place them right, they're not winning by 5. They're getting it done with a good setup. She found the right field. As we say, she found her friends.
Long way back to 3rd. It was just these 2, really. And then the rest of the group. Diamond Collector, 2 for 16 as mentioned now. 5 seconds, 3/3. But that dropped down exactly what was needed. And wins at Odds On, $3.50 for the win here in race number 2. We're going to get into some early stakes action next. Big one in the Distaff Division. Grade 2 Beldame. Just a 4-horse field of these fillies that will line up, but it features the Grade 1 Alabama winner randomized for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables with Joel Rosario. Later on, Futurity, Noble Damsel, Matron, those all coming off the grass. And we'll see if randomized or maybe someone else, if they can spring an upset in here, can show what it takes to move on to the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
I mean, just that randomized looks like she has such a tactical advantage with her natural speed. And if you look at it from this respect, she's a Grade 1 winner. This is actually a slight drop in class, if you will.
Right. Well, there are 2 Grade 1 winners in the race. Mo Ray won a Grade 1 earlier this year, though in her recent form, she had a bit of an excuse last time, but she was bad and was last in a 3-horse field as the heavy favorite for that. Her recent form, she doesn't look like a Grade 1 horse.
She should control on the front end. We'll see how easy a lead she gets. Let's look back to yesterday and a great story with the return of Warlike Goddess, who apparently is far from done with this performance. Strangely run race with a huge long shot named Ohio, opened up 20 lengths on this field.
Well, listen, I give Romero Mirage high marks for giving his horse every opportunity to win and put separation. Let them roll. Maybe everybody gets drunk chasing you. The fact that this horse finished third, earned $60,000 for his connections, is a great part to Romero Mirage. But the story, obviously, Warlike Goddess, much more settled, didn't pull, got real pace, loved the going, and she finished.
Absolutely. You know, and I think settling was the key. Junior got her to settle. You and I talked about it. It's very unusual for a horse to be as rank as she was in her last race, favor or not, to still be able to finish. She didn't win, but she lost to a good horse. The horse came back with the win in yesterday's weigh, and she still ran well. And here she settled easily, and you knew she was a winner. Moving around the turn, she was the one moving the best.
Repeats in this race, beats the boys again, and she does it by 4.5 lengths, very easily, equaling the best speed figure of her career as well on connection. Say if she does go to the Breeders' Cup, it will be against the boys at 1.5 miles. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, I was just actually catching up with Bill Mott here before coming back on air, and he said she's just so much better at 1.5 miles. That is her distance. That is her gig, as was evidenced by this repeat victory in this Joe Hurst Turf Classic. And I also asked him, will Junior Alvarado keep the mount? And he said, most definitely, as he just did everything right with her, breaking, as Richie likes to say, like a whisper, and just not touching her. And Bill was saying that she's a horse that once you get on her, you just move, you sit there, and you better mean it when you give her a cue, because she's going to respond and she's going to take you there, much like we saw yesterday. So it's just such a cool story with her too. She only sold for $30,000 as a 2-year-old, and we still get to watch her winning Grade 1s as a 6-year-old mare. So love the longevity that she has shown, and love her getting back to her winning ways, Greg.
Well, she's been a fun story. I mean, she was the dominant runner in her division. Really, the last couple of years, she'd fallen off a little bit, but showing she's far from done.
Yeah, but I think especially the last race, and Andy touched on it, it was a function of her getting too keen, and the fact that she ran as well as she did after pulling as hard and for as long as she did, I think was nothing short of miraculous. Most horses would have finished off the board.
No, I completely agree. I thought she really ran well in her last start, and then she ran in New York. It was a day the rails were down, so you really had to be saving ground. She was out in the middle of the track from the outside post. It was a slow pace, dominated on the front end, so she had a monstrous excuse in that race. That race was over for her before they went into the first turn. So she showed that she can still run those big races. The mitigating factor is she handled the soft turf yesterday. Maybe some others didn't handle that well, but she ran back to figure she's run before. She ran at this race last year, right?
Wins it again, becomes just the 5th dual winner of that Joe Hurst Turf Classic, and now we'll see what Europeans show up for the Breeders' Cup Turf, but she is right back in the mix. Major player, obviously, for that race on Breeders' Cup Day. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Grade 2 Beldame is next on the road to the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and there she is, Grade 1 Alabama winner, gate to wire, randomized. Now she's going to try and take her speed up against older company and try and add the Grade 2 Beldame to her resume. We'll be back right after this.
Hip number 1. Sale time, folks. We're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Late was she would be a 3rd-generation homebred from one of our families. I mean, she broke her maiden impressively at 2. She was briefly on the Oaks Trail, then came back as a 3-year-old later in the year and won the Alabama and the Beldame. And then as a 4-year-old, I won the Delaware Handicap, had that famous stretch battle at Saratoga with Abel Tasman. And then she came back as a 5-year-old and had another famous stretch battle in Saratoga with Midnight Pursuit. She got bested both times, but it wasn't for lack of trying. So she was a fantastic race mare, and we just hope that she can carry on her tenacity in her foals. So she has a Tappet colt, she has a Spice On yearling colt, and a 2-year-old Warfront filly. My dad purchased Wild Applause back in the early 90s, and she's been an outstanding mare for us. A lot of our families have come from her, including like Praise, Flatter. Wild Applause has been fantastic, which has gone on to a Yell, which has had many daughters, and they're starting to produce really top-level runners as well. So Late's continuing on. The family's been unbelievable to us. She's obviously helped make it for doing what she did. Hopefully it won't end anytime soon, and she will have plenty of foals and daughters that will carry on her legacy.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
They're into the stretch. Money's on. Charlotte has taken the lead. Elate still has no place to go. Asking for Money is there on the outside. Can Elate get through? She's trying to squeeze through a slim opening here. And through the eye of a needle, here she comes. And Elate has charged through to take the lead, and she is taking off for the wire. Leaving the others behind, Elate dominates the Beldame.
That was a homebred for Claiborne Farm in the 2017 edition of the Beldame. Did not have any room early in the stretch and found that narrow seam and just took off.
What a great feeling as a rider to have that much horse underneath you and you go, just give me a little bit, just spread a little bit more and have one accelerate and respond like that, Andy.
No, she was a terrific racehorse. She had won the Alabama in her prior start. She probably should have been placed first in the CCA Oaks when she was fouled by Abel Tasman, but she got her revenge in those later races.
There's her trainer who's going to send out Nostalgia coming up. She was so good, even going longer, which is exactly why she tried the boys in her last start at the Breeders' Cup Classic. Very good at a 1.25 miles. Nostalgic today, everybody in this field up against it from a pace standpoint with randomizing here. If you're Junior Alvarado and Nostalgic, what do you try and do to mitigate that?
I just don't think you can change her style. She needs to kind of find her rhythm. You got to hope that maybe somebody tries to take randomized on a bit early, but I just don't see anybody naturally fast enough to do that.
Sometimes you just have to, I mean, you obviously don't want to lag 100 behind, but if he ends up going into a chase against randomized, maybe set it for somebody else, but also you got to kind of hope that randomizes isn't up to it, and your filly's able, or in this case, well, she's still a filly, she's able to beat her. I don't I don't think this is one where you can take her out of her comfort zone, because randomizes. She's not only a stamina, she's fast.
There she is. Joelle Rosario will be back aboard, trying to win her third in a row. This obviously her first test against older company, and this was her shining moment this summer in the Grade 1 Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, she was able to just dominate on the front end, the Alabama, and just kept finding. And she set legitimate fractions. It wasn't though she got to just walk on the lead. She went, a half and 47-4, going a mile and a quarter. That's legit.
No, Joelle rode her perfect. He got her out of the gate. He had one plan. He said, I'm going to get her out of the gate. I'm going to send her. If she's good enough, she's good enough. If she's not good enough, she's not good enough. But 3 went after her. In fact, the rabbit tried to go after her, and she couldn't keep up with her. They tried to go with her. She was just too good for these. She's in a good spot today. At some point, she's going to get tested when she's not able to control a race. Can she be effective if she doesn't get things her own way? That's really the question remains. We'll see what he does today, though.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie and see how Randomize has grown up since that Alabama.
Well, Greg, she is the antithesis of a dirt router when you talk about these horses physically. She's very short and stout. She's built like your typical sprinter. But I will say that, yeah, she has strengthened up a bit. She's put on even more conditioning coming out of that Alabama. And yet again, she's very eager here in the paddock, which is typical for her. She is one that gets herself sharp and ready for action. So all of that is good. And really, this, as you guys were mentioning, is just dynamically a race where she's just going to control. And Chad Brown will look for his third win in this race. As number 4, Nostalgic, she will look to give Bill Mott his 4th win in the Beldame. And catching up with her pilot, Junior Alvarado, a little bit earlier, I asked him, I said, does she get better with more ground? Because she certainly looks like a horse that the longer you go with her, the better, because she's very elongated in her frame. She doesn't have much of a hind end. She's very much that Medaglia d'Oro prototype. But she has strengthened up. She's really filled out and kind of reaching her full physical peak now as a 4-year-old. But he said it's kind of a little bit of both, and that it also feels as though she might need speed to come back to her. She might be better with a little less ground, so therefore she gets more pace to run at. And he said he's going to have to get a little creative here with this 4-horse field and maybe keep her a little bit closer. We'll see if she's able to do so. She's actually a little bit more quiet than what she was up in Saratoga, but obviously that is typical with horses moving over here to Aqueduct, where it is a lot more quiet. Number 2, Amore, is one for Brad Cox that once he took over training on her, looked to be heading in the right direction, and now it's certainly plateaued, if not dropped off. She was a bit unsettled in the gate. She broke slow and took a bump in that Locust Grove, in which search results was able to basically wire the field that day in a forwardly dominated race. I don't love her on form. I've never really thought she was that good, though she has overachieved at times. I will say Brad has her looking fantastic relative to when I had last seen her, which albeit was as a 3-year-old. She's finally filled out a bit. She just looks stronger. Great coat to her as well. But again, Greg, I don't know how legitimate she is.
9-2 right now. Flavian Pratt will ride for Brad Cox, and she did not put forth much of an effort the last time we saw her at Churchill Downs.
I mean, she had a little trouble at the start, to be fair. She was stayed a little coming out of the gate. So she was compromised in the sense the pace controlled the race, and search results very good at 1. But she got into good position with Flavian Pratt, and she made a move.
There
and
she
just
is.
Had absolutely nothing in the stretch. So coupled with the 3rd in the 3-horse field at 42 cents to the dollar, and I'll never get used to saying that, I just wonder if her form has just left her.
So another chance to get back on track. She's had some big efforts in her career in the past. We'll see if she can return to that form. We kick things off with Riding Pretty, 18-1.
Yeah, she's in here to hope to something happens, and she's able to get 3rd. On paper, she's just not good enough.
Here's the one we were just talking about, 4-year-old filly Amore.
Yeah, some good races earlier this year, like Andy talked about earlier, Grade 1 winner. Both of her races at Churchill Downs, though, she didn't show speed. Maybe she didn't handle Churchill?
The Alabama winner, she should control up front, randomized.
She's too quick for these horses early, and we'll see if she can continue her run.
And Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, back-to-back Grade 1 wins yesterday with Nostalgic.
Yeah, classy filly, certainly very capable. I think she's at a tactical disadvantage here, just not enough pace to kind of help her running style.
$250,000 purse on the line in this Grade 2 Beldame and randomized 1-5 favorite off that Alabama victory. You can play all the action today by getting signed up and started right there at NYRABets.com. Match 200, that promo code to use for new members. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin for his thoughts on the Beldame.
Yeah, look, I know how most of these horse players probably feel at home. You look down at randomized, and she looks like her last 2 wins were easy, and you want to try to find a way that maybe to beat her here. And unfortunately, I just couldn't get cute or creative enough to find a scenario. The only way I think randomized gets beat, and I hate to put this on the back of the rider, but is if Joel Rosario makes some sort of mistake and invites other horses into the race, or somehow doesn't take advantage of the pace advantage that he has. That's not something that I can usually predict when I'm trying to wager. It's just something that usually is a possibility of happening. I just think that, and I don't think Joel will make that mistake. I think Joel will be aggressive just like he was in the Alabama. He'll put the best horse in the race on the front end and let her do her thing. I suppose that the 2 Amore and Amore and the 4 Nostalgic, both of those horses have the credentials and some back races that could suggest that if something goes wrong in terms of the 3 randomized not running to her potential, or some mistakes in the ride or whatever it might be, those are the 2 horses that they make sense. And I'm just not really convinced that 5-1 or 4-1 is a good enough price to take on those horses if randomized is to get beat. So I really wish I had something more creative, but when you have a field like this with a horse that's the best on paper and projects to get the best trip, it's hard to play against them.
That's why you're seeing such a short price. There is another Grade 1 winner, though, in this race, and Andy had touched on that earlier. Amore did win the Grade 1 Beholder Mile earlier this year out west at Santa Anita. As we look at Nostalgic here to the outside, it looks like she's really getting into better, more consistent form, but may not work out for her from a pace standpoint today.
No, but I think, see, I disagree. One thing I disagree with what Jonathan says, I think in this field that 4-1 is a very square price on Nostalgia, because I'm not concerned about Amore. I could be wrong. I'm wrong for a living, but if I'm right about Amore, it's essentially a 2-horse race, and while I think randomized is a very likely winner of this race, I don't know that I think she's necessarily 80% or so to win this race, and I feel like the 1 is very hard to make it here, and I feel like 4-1 is at the racetrack is a very fair price, and what I feel like at most is a 2-horse race.
I agree. I think it's a 2-horse race as well, and Nostalgic is certainly talented enough to win, but we look at the way races project to play out, and in a small field like this, nobody has the natural kind of speed that randomized has, and a rider that is very good in this situation. Joel Rosario, allowing horses to use their stride in an efficient manner. It's not how fast you go, it's how you go fast.
Riding horses like this, Richie, I mean, obviously there's pressure when you're riding a heavy favorite in these races, but these have to be fun kind of horses to ride.
Well, especially when you look and you say, I'm going to control this thing. The only concern you have is to have them standing as square and balanced as possible at the start. You just want to get away from there clean. Once the doors open and they've hit their stride, now it becomes really fun.
Well, the last Grade 1 race you won, shortly before you ended up being forced into retirement, was Flashing. Now, she wasn't 1-5. I think she was 4 or 5-1 when she won our Gazelle, and it was still a Grade 1.
Yep.
And it's exactly what you did with her.
Yeah, bounced her out to lead, got comfortable, kept finding.
Well, big favorite here. This was the first Grade 1 win for the Breeders' Cove Springs, which is Richard and Connie Schneider. And they say a lot of people, they dream about the Kentucky Derby. They dream about going to the Breeders' Cup. Win here, this race, and they'll be going to the Breeders' Cup with this filly.
Well, I'll be going with her, too.
Andy's on the way. You can see him there if you secure your tickets. Let's go back to Maggie.
I'm with them. I always dream about going to the Breeders' Cup versus the Kentucky Derby. I just love the Breeders' Cup so much because there's so much more to racing than just 3-year-old colts going 1.25 miles. As we take a look at Nostalgic, I was joking with Leanna Williford, Bill Mott's longtime assistant here in New York, and he said, well, looks like, probably run second here, but that's okay because so many times Bill has gotten them beat in the Beldame and they go on and win the Breeders' Cup Distaff. I don't know if that's going to happen with Nostalgic, but she's right. She rattled off a few names too that they would come back, including Royal Delta, who subsequently won this race, but as a 3-year-old, she would get beaten it and then go on and win the Breeders' Cup. But looking at Nostalgic on the racetrack, she definitely puffed up and kind of came to life a bit more, which I was hoping she'd do so once she got out on the racetrack. And I think that's a good sign for her. But randomized, guys, that she was every bit as eager and aggressive in her warm-up with with Joel Rosario aboard. So she's definitely ready for a fight. Greg?
See how it pans out here. Joel Rosario, you can see how that sly smile. He knows that this race goes through him and his filly here.
Yeah, and listen, he knows that he's on the filly with the most natural speed. And I just find it interesting, Beldame, the mare the race is named for, won the 1904 Alabama. And 119 years later, here's a 3-year-old randomized who won the Alabama trying to win the race named for her.
It's tremendous. It really is. There's so much great history in the game and learning about racing by looking up the horses and people the races are named from. And the Alabama, going back to that, it's one of the oldest races still run in this country, right?
Yeah, I think it's like top 4 oldest races, yeah.
And there's some big pedigree, with this dam, too, of randomized French Passport, who I believe was unraced. But one of the half-sisters was a 9-time winner who actually produced multiple Grade 1 winner, Got Stormy.
Oh, really? How has Chad Brown resisted running on the turf yet?
Exactly.
It's got to be killing him.
We may see that to come. Should
Hopefully
control
not.
from the outset the speed of the field, and is it going to be randomized every step of the way? Most believe so at this very short price.
Don't tell Chad that in case he doesn't know it, by the way. Keep that to yourself, Mr. Wolf.
It's out there now.
That is funny.
Just briefly, guys, talking again about horses and riding horses that make the lead. Even if you've established a slow pace, at some point you have to start using the advantage that you've created. The worst thing a rider can do when riding a horse on the lead is continue to keep them held up until the other horses are in the race. Make them work to stay with you what comes natural to your horse.
Break their heart a little bit.
Absolutely. Don't let them get to you in the bridle. Make them work to get to you. They're going to get more tired chasing you.
There she is, randomized Grade 1 Alabama winner, gate to wire. Will it be a repeat performance coming up in her first test against older company in the Grade 2 Beldame? Potentially a stepping stone to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Let's go upstairs to John Embriel.
And they're off. And a good beginning for Randomized. And she's put right on the lead by Joel Rosario. Randomized will take the field into the clubhouse turn. Nostalgica is on the outside. Amore down towards the rail. And Longshot riding pretty. The early trailer in 4th. It's Randomized. The big favorite here, showing the way here by a length. Amore second by a head. Nostalgic is on the outside in 3rd, and then riding pretty. The opening quarter mile in 25 seconds. And the 4 fillies now make their way onto the back stretch with Randomized, the leader here. Randomized by a length. Amore and Nostalgic, they are heads apart, 2nd and 3rd, and Riding Pretty is next in 4th. As they continue midway up the back stretch, Randomized, the leader here. And she maintains the 1-length advantage. Nostalgic and Amore, they continue to race as a team, 2nd and 3rd. The half, 49 seconds. Alabama winner, Randomized, shows the way here. Riding Pretty now making a move on the outside of Nostalgic with Amore down at the rail. So it is Randomized 3/4 of a length. Riding Pretty has moved into 2nd. Amore at the rail. Nostalgic is now the trailer in 4th. 3/4 went in 1:12 and 3 as they come for the top of the stretch. Randomized is the leader. The lead's a length and a half. Riding Pretty and Amore. Amore looking to rally down towards the rail. Nostalgic is 4th. It is Randomized in front. Amore down on the inside. It's a break of 4 to Riding Pretty and Nostalgic. And Randomized has been in control right from the start, and she's going to post a front-running victory in the Grade 2 Beldame Stakes. Randomized, wire to wire. Amore was second.
Randomized, back-to-back graded stakes wins, beats older company here, and this pilot aboard, when he's in front, he usually has more left in the tank for the finish.
Yeah, no doubt. And listen, she is very good, Randomized. I thought he might have been entertaining the competition a bit too much, but when he asked her to run, and this is one thing Joel does when he's on a front runner that's traveling, he angles out to about 3, 4, 5 path. And he's almost, okay, if you want to challenge me inside, go ahead, I'll give that to you. And then she just kicks on again, Andy. Finished up very nicely.
Yeah, won 12.32 in the last eighth of a mile. And, you know, listen, you can't slow him down that much. But she obviously was in hand in the last few strides there. And, I mean, the disappointment was the effort from a Nostalgic. She didn't run her race Nostalgic. It was one of her bad efforts. But this filly, Joelle controlled, and she was just too good for these horses. Basically, Richie clicking off after the first quarter 25, those 24 quarters going along, right?
Yeah, they just kept throwing 12s at them and finished nicely. And, you know, I understand what Andy's saying. Yeah, Andy, you can't slow them down that much, but it's nice when you see them win with something left.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, right, I don't want people to say, oh, she could have gone a half a second faster, but he definitely eased her into the wire.
And we watch her ears come up, and, well, we're watching her come back.
A lot of confidence there.
A lot of confidence, yeah.
Still potentially on the improve as well. Of course, her main competition, assuming she moves on, which we think she will, running later today in Lexington.
Well, you know, not only you talk about Nest, but Nest
and
is
Idiomatic.
Nest, right? Idiomatic is her competition. I don't mean this in any way being dismissive of Nest. Idiomatic's fast.
Right.
That's why she's a different kind of competition. Now, I think this filly is faster than Idiomatic. Part of the reason Idiomatic is wiring is there's no speed in those races, so she's faster. But the horses that are potential kryptonite for her is one that has stamina and has early speed. Like her stablemate, search results.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll be dueling.
Randomized, Amore, Nostalgic, Riding Pretty. Top 4 finishers, but it was all about the lone speed. Back-to-back graded stakes wins now. Chad Brown-Klarovich, Joel Rosario. Your winning connections of the Grade 2 Beldame, and you would expect it is on to the Breeders' Cup Distaff Championship weekend in early November out at Santa Anita after this performance. We'll be back with prices and move on to the 4th right after this.
And the stage is set. The undefeated Brightwork weighs and means still a length back second. These two are dominating. Brightwork is a superstar. She is 4 for 4.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
the world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. An international turf star from an Agacon family, Chantisara was a winner in France before coming stateside to join the barn of trainer Chad Brown for owners Madaket Stables, Michael Dubb, Robert LaPenta, and Michael Caruso. She took to U.S. soil beautifully, rolling off wins in the Grade 3 Pucker Up Stakes, the Jockey Club Oaks, and the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup. In the latter, she bested Irish Classic winner Empress Josephine in the largest margin of victory in the race's history. She later added a win in the Grade 2 Hillsborough Stakes to bring her earnings over 7 figures.
Chantisara and Irad going clear, though, going to win the Hillsborough a length and a half.
Irish born by Cool Stay out of a Dalakani mare, Chantisara's family includes the great High Chaparral. Grade 1 winning millionaire Chantisara, selling this November with Elite Agent.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on FS1 Randomize. Alabama Beldame back-to-back. Winter Circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Randomize undefeated, going around a ground when she has been in front from the outset. $2.60 for the win. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with Joel Rosario. As just announcing your name over the loudspeaker, you got to pick up one. But Randomize, no pickup. You fit her like a glove. Talk a little bit about riding this filly. She's just so confident out on the front end.
Yeah, she is. She really, a lot of speed, you know, natural, nice, a lot of speed, and then she just go there, and she had a beautiful stride, and I mean, feel comfortable the whole time with her. Just, you know, pretty nice filly.
Joel, I know you've only ridden her 2 times, and you've been in front both times. Do you think, now that you know her, that she would be able to rate? Would she rate kindly, or is it just go? No matter what, just go with her?
I mean, she is just super fast.
Yeah.
You know, and then just trying to let her be happy, and, you know, she just push you whatever she want to be because she has so much speed, and, you know, soon she take the front, she just relax, she look around, and then just, she give a nice ride.
Should be competitive in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Distaff?
We're looking forward, yeah.
All right. Well, Joel, congratulations getting the win here in this Beldame.
Thank you.
All right. Now go find out which horse you picked up. No, I'm kidding. Joel Rosario, picture perfect ride, getting along very well with Randomize, guys.
And maybe he just answered our question that we were wondering without even being asked it. He's looking forward to the Breeders' Cup, it sounds like. He rides Clairiere as well, Andy, which you brought up off-air to us. Maybe he will stick with this one.
Well, I mean, it is a question. Obviously, he's had a long attachment to Clairiere, and Clairiere in her good races has run very, very well. But now he's riding this horse, and Clairiere's coming off of a pretty poor performance last time out, to be honest. Was a wet track, could be mitigating. So we'll see. It's a decision he's going to have to make, or he and his agent are going to have to make. He'll blame the agent, and but that's why Ron Anderson makes the big bucks. He's got to make those big choices.
Knowing Ron Anderson and his relationship with his riders, and I did have the pleasure of Ron working for me for a winter at Santa Anita, Ron will make that decision. And, you know, Joel might think, hey, yeah, I'll ride this one. Ron will make that decision, and he's more right than wrong when he makes those decisions.
And it's not just about which horse, but it's relationships.
Of course.
And
of course. Yeah, yeah.
Of course.
It's not always about riding the best horse. Yeah, I mean, he does have a long, and like Andy said, he's been riding Clairiere right along, where this filly, you know, he's 2 for 2 on her and 2 very nice races, so maybe that'll sway him as well. But when it comes to Breeders' Cup, Triple Crown races of this ilk, they're going to try to ride who they think the best horses on the day. Relationships then take a little bit of a back seat.
And getting Joel Rosario ride for you is not a bad thing either if you're Steve Asmussen. So it works both ways. Not to say it's not important.
Subplots, yeah, what's going to happen on championship weekend. Impressive performance from Randomized, who runs away from this field late. It did get to control things her own way. We move on. Race 4, 6 furlongs on the dirt in this state-bred first level allowance race coming up at Big Bean. Christine Ray Handel, Katie Davis try for a 3rd consecutive start to break through against this level.
She was awful last time. That worried me. That was a fast pace. The race came apart. She didn't do much running. She's obviously in a bit of a softer spot here. And I believe the track is now listed as fast. I think one of the best hopes for her was some moisture because she does seem to move forward on wet tracks. She also doesn't have much speed. She and Clover Street are similar in that way. I just think Clover Street may be a bit better at least on her recent dirt races, but it's close.
Oh, just saw a prep for the distaff. We're going to talk Classic Division when we come back, and what a hat trick this would be. Belmont Stakes, Travers Classic. If Archangelo, the 3-year-old, can pull it off for Jenna Antonucci against older company. We'll talk about his chances, how he's doing out west when we come back on America's Day at the Races on our FS1 coverage.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, and you can be part of the action on Championship Weekend. Breeders' Cup just 26 days away. Don't miss the best horses from all over the planet running at Santa Anita Park November 3rd and 4th to determine who will be crowned world champion. Limited tickets still available at breederscup.com/tickets. Secure your seats before it's too late. The big one, the Breeders' Cup Classic. So many talented 3-year-olds this year. Looks like maybe a year where a 3-year-old could return to dominance in this division. And a look at the group that's expected to line up. We talked about going to break. Archangelo, who trained up to the Travers off that Belmont Stakes win and looks sensational.
Yeah, listen, Jenna Antonucci has done everything right with this horse. She's mapped out his campaign, has been sticking to her guns, which can't be an easy thing to do, Andy, because the scrutiny she's under, and being a trainer that hasn't been in this position before, to hold, you know, true to the plan that she has placed out. I'm sure at times that, you know, she's feeling some pressure or, you know, she's in a position where people are going to second guess her. Meanwhile, she's handled this horse masterfully.
She has, and she's been right. And it feels like, you know, the way in dealing with Jenna, some as we have, and talking to her in the show different times, she has supreme confidence in what she's doing. So, and she's been 100% right and has a right reason to be confident of what she's doing, and it's all going well. But yeah, it is tough when you buck the storm, especially when you lose. Fortunately, he's not losing. She's doing the right things.
This workout courtesy of XBTV. This was Thursday, already based out there at Santa Anita. What do you think of this work, Meg?
I thought it was an average work. I liked the way he finished, and I liked the way he galloped out. Early in the work, he almost looked distracted, you know, kind of looking around. His head was up in the air. Not the usual head carriage you see. He's a horse on his gallop out. You see he'll kind of drop and start reaching for more ground when the rider asked him here. The best part of this work was after the work. But it also was his first work at Santa Anita. I think the next work will be a truer indication of how he's doing.
We're still just after four-wheel. We're 27 days away from the race. So he's just getting acclimated.
And I love this.
He's happy there.
I love this. I love when they get turned in a round pen. Look how much fun he's having, enjoying himself. And it's a way for horses to naturally adjust themselves. It's better than a chiropractor. They roll in the sand and they kind of move their spine around and they get to buck and be a horse and play. This is so good to see.
And you see that record we showed, 6-4-1 in 6 starts. Some people look at these days, everybody gets so overly concerned with being undefeated and winning every time. But we're old. We've been around a long time. The successful old-time trainers, they use the first couple of starts to let the horses figure themselves out, which seems to be exactly what Jenna did with Archangelo.
Very patient with this horse early on.
But not worried about winning that first start to his detriment.
It's even more important now, particularly with young horses. Better that they don't break their maiden first time out. We don't have 2-year-old races, allowance races anymore. They have to go right in the stakes company. If they get a race or two before they got to start stepping into tougher company, it makes a better horse. It's a better progression.
So all these talented, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the last 2-year-old allowance race I can remember at Saratoga, Warpass won it, who won the Breeders' Cup in 2007. I believe that's the last one we've ever run on the dirt.
So not just Archangelo. I mean, look, there's Arabian Night. There's Go Rocket Ride. So many talented 3-year-olds out there. But the main older horse, when you look at this classic division that's being talked about as potential winner of this classic, it's that Whitney performance from this horse here, White Barrio, who run for trainer Rick Dutrow on his birthday. And it was the biggest race he's ever run.
I agree. I mean, this, if he can duplicate this performance, going 1.25 miles out at Santa Anita, off a 3-month break, they're going to all have to improve to beat him. Nobody has run as fast as he ran this race. This was a dominant performance. The thing is, he doesn't have the consistency. He has not shown this before.
Sure.
Maybe he's going to improve for Rick Dutrow. He very well may, but he's got to run back to this race.
And the other question, too, is the 1.25 miles. In a lot of years past, the question with the 3-year-olds, besides having to step up against older horses, was how far did they really want to go? It's opposite this year. I think with the 3-year-olds, particularly Archangelo, you know that distance is in his wheelhouse, where you can ask that question about the older horses.
No, you can see, and I don't think it was a particularly fast race, but the Pacific Coast Classic, 3-year-olds ran 1-2, 1.25 miles. Same thing, Archangelo. Saudi Crown, I think the 1.25 miles is a bit of a question.
Sure.
And I'm a huge fan of his. I think he is a supremely talented horse, but I think a distance is a better question. But I think it's a great point, Richie.
We do have a 3-year-old out on the West Coast as well, who not only has shown talent and stepped up and won again, but he did it against older horses in the Pacific Classic. Jonathan, your thoughts on Arabian Night?
Yeah, look, I mean, if you go back to, say, February, March, Arabian Night felt like the front runner for the Kentucky Derby. Now, he obviously had an injury that kind of had him sidelined, but he had some really nice performances earlier in the spring. Then he had some time off, and he shows up in the Haskell, where, unfortunately, he didn't run as well as he did in the Pacific Classic. He was beat by Go Rocket Ride that day. Then they squared up, going 1.25 miles in his second start off of a break, and he was able to beat him. He's got a lot of speed, like most Baffert horses do, and I thought that he really took a pretty big step forward in just his second start off of an injury that saw him sidelined to miss the Kentucky Derby. I understand the argument about a Go Rocket Ride moving forward, but for me, it feels like maybe Arabian Night has a little bit more to offer, another step to take in his third start off of a break, and we know that Bob Baffert can train one up to this race. He did it with Arrogate coming in off of his Travers win, and he did it with American Pharaoh off of his Travers defeat.
Yes, Bob Baffert knows what he's doing in these big races. Arrogate ran a huge race that day, obviously. You always have to respect what he does, and he's going to be on his home turf.
Yeah, I agree. I think a key for him is Saudi Crown. If Saudi Crown's in the race, it makes his life very, very difficult in there. I haven't seen it from Arabian Night so far. Listen, in a very limited number of starts, he's done an enormous amount, so I don't want to knock him. He's obviously got a lot of talent, and Jonathan's 100% right. Bob Baffert knows how to win these races. I just don't think he's fast enough at this point to do it, and I know if – and let me say something else. White Barrio's not that slow either. He's not going to be coming from out the back.
No, he's going to be involved early. If he's going to be successful, he's going to be involved early.
We're going to get back to our live action on this Sunday card coming up, this 6 furlong sprint for New York Breds in this first allowance condition. And there's the one to beat, Big Bean Christine, 3-time winner from 20 tries, but the last 2 against this level, she has struggled a little bit, but respective to this field, she's put in bigger performances than most.
Right. She's actually not favored in doubles. She's a slight second choice to Clover Street. We'll see how much that gap gets closed by post time.
Let's go down to Maggie.
We'll take a look at number 6 in here, Clover Street, who is coming in off a little bit of a layoff. Haven't seen her since early on in the Saratoga meet, but that was on the turf. She's not a turf horse, as she, I think, is most well-suited to opt to be forward in here. I think, you know, when you go back to her races at 2 and 3 back, she may have been just a little bit too far back in the field early on and had too much to overcome, but make no doubt about it, I think she was facing some nice horses in those races. And she looks very fit here. She's very relaxed in the paddock, which I don't know if that's a great thing if I want her to be forward, but she does have the right pilot on her back, and Flavian Pratt, who never takes anything away from a horse and always seeks to get that forward position. As I'm a little intrigued by a horse on the outside, and that's number 7, Sikkim in here. Since Steve Asmussen shut down his year-round New York string, his longtime assistant, Toby Sheets, has gone with Jose Cameo. So, you know, you have to play with the hand you're dealt when it comes to these horses, but I have the world of respect for Toby as a horseman, and I'm intrigued to see what he does with these runners, as Sikkim looks fantastic here. She's dappled head to toe, great flash. Now, truth be told, she is more of a turf horse, to be fair, but I thought in some of those races off the turf, she did run well. She was against the track last time with Majestic Return wiring the field, and she was the one who kind of made up some ground late in the game. Again, a little bit pace compromised, so I worry about her in that respect, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Post-parade, here we go. Freddie Mo Factor will kick things off for Eduardo Jones.
Probably shows some speed early, but she just doesn't look like she's good enough to beat these.
Big Bean Christine, she's 9-5 favorite, 3 starts back. That was her last win on a wet track.
Yeah, I hope she gets more of that kind of trip this time. Last time, very sharp pace. She got really outfooted. I'd like to see her just in behind the pace.
Queen's Masterpiece goes turf to dirt.
Yeah, she could be a little interesting. She has that one fast enough effort to give her a shot, but she's got to get faster.
Been off since mid-May. The 4 Fancy Pants, Juliana.
It could be a part of the pace here. I was having a hard time discerning the speed here, Andy.
Carbon won against easier 2-back Kinder Carmouche rides.
She could be 4 in this race. She's not a winning type, but in here, I don't think she's impossible.
Clover Street, major player off since July. That was on the turf at a mile.
Yeah, but her last 2 previous starts to that on the dirt certainly were good enough to win here.
And Sikkim outside. We'll have Manny Franco.
Maggie likes this horse more than I do. I think she's better on the turf, but in this field, I don't want to discount her chances.
Pick 6 begins in this field coming up. This state-bred first allowance sprint at 6 furlongs. Can also earn a 10% trifecta bonus today just by playing with Naira Bets. Play the races at Belmont at the Big A. Earn a 10% bonus on your trifecta winnings. You got to opt in at nairabets.com to take advantage. Let's go back to JK on how to put together some wagers today.
Yeah, look, when I play trifectas, you like to try any ticket I think you're playing in a multi-race bet or in a multi kind of leg bet. You want to try to make more than one ticket to kind of express your opinion a little bit more efficiently. So for this ticket, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a $2 trifecta with the 6 on top, the 6 being Clover Street, and the horses I'll use underneath, 2, 3, 4, and 7. So I'll do that ticket for $2, right? I think the 6 is going to win, so I want to spend more money on what I think is more likely to happen. Then I'm going to come back with a 50-cent ticket, so 4 times less than my original play, with the 6 in second. So I'll go 2, 3, 4, 7 with the 6 in second, 2, 3, 4, 7 with the 6 in third. Essentially, it's kind of a spiced up version of a place wager where you're extending your opinion a little bit more. I think the 6 is going to either win or run second. But I want a little bit more for that opinion, so I'm going to try to loop it in with some other horses that I think are live, the 2, 3, 4, and 7. I just think Clover Street is better than these horses in here. This horses run bigger races on the dirt especially, and I'm looking for this horse to come running late. And in a situation where he can't get up, like I said, she can't get up, excuse me, I do think that she's extremely likely to run second. That's why I play the trifecta that way.
She has been making a nice appearance here, warming up Clover Street. 5-2 right now. Flavia and Pratt will ride. Going to take a look back to May 21st. And this was at Belmont, coming up second to Fancy Joke in this occasion.
Yeah, this was a nice effort. I mean, you could say she's sort of picking up pieces to get second, but Fancy Joke was in good form in here. This is a very solid effort. And I agree with Jonathan. I think if she runs this race, she'll be very tough to beat against this competition. Now, you look at her next race and say, well, she finished second, but she's beaten almost 9 lengths. Angelique, who at that time looked very promising for Todd Pletcher, she hasn't run. I don't think she's worked in about 3 months. She never reined back, but if you look up other horses in that race, numerous horses, 6th horse came back to win, plus 13 Beyer points. 5th horse improved 12 Beyer points. It was a very live race she came out of, so it might be a better race than that 62 Beyer suggests. I think she's logical, and even though she doesn't have speed, none of the major contenders really have speed in here, and the horses that look like they'll be forward, the 1, 4, and 5, don't look like the strongest contenders.
Let's go back to Philly, who's still favored right now. There's Big Bean Christine. She got 2 opportunities this summer at Saratoga. The first one we're going to take a look at back on, we're going back to March 11th here with this performance. And this was the victory, 75 Beyer in the win for 50,000 starter allowance on this wet track.
But you see the wet track, and I wonder how much Richie that played into it. I don't believe it's by a lot of horses. She's better on a wet track.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment. I thought out of the closers and the contenders that are closers, she just can be more tactical. I thought maybe she gets first run on the 6 Clover Street, who I agree is 100% the horse to beat.
Except Flavia and Pratt is on Clover Street. And one of the things that separates us is not a knock on Katie Davis, who's ridden very well, but one of the things that has really separated Flavia and Pratt is his understanding of these situations, an understanding of getting his horses more into races. So I think that means to me that Clover Street probably will be a little more forward.
I think it's a very fair analysis of that. He is a guy that consistently puts horses in position.
Even when it looks like they may not have speed.
Right. No,
he's such a difference maker.
There. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Queen's Masterpiece, she did win first time out. She has probably faced the toughest company of anybody in this field. With more, let's go to Maggie.
I saw the same thing, Greg. I mean, you look at class, and she has faced multiple stakes winners. Now, granted, she maybe didn't do that much running against them, but could be just a world of different animal that she's facing here today. Now, she is going to have to do it coming in off a little bit of a break, but she looks incredibly fit here for the Bond team. She's a little bit of a longer, lankier filly, so kind of wondering if eventually she would want to go a little bit further than this 6 furlongs, just a touch, you know, being a daughter of Munnings and out of a flatter mare, but I liked her warm-up. Everything hints at her coming back here with a good effort. Now, we were talking about speed, and I agree that Clover Street, she of the logical horses, is going to be the most forward. But if you want the out-and-out speed, I feel like at least by watching these horses and how they behaved, and a lot of times they'll tip their hand as to who's sharpest, and so therefore who might be in front early, that would have to go to number 4, Fancy Pants Juliana, who does return to the NYRA circuit for Dave Donk. Look, her form kind of did a landslide from that debut, which did look promising, albeit that was on the turf, but they stick with the dirt here. Obviously, turf racing is, you know, held together by a thin thread as of now because of the weather just wreaking havoc on us. So obviously try the dirt. But she's really filled out. She's a big, strong girl now, and she was by far the sharpest throughout proceedings here. Greg?
All right, Maggie, something to keep our eyes on here with this one. As we get set to load here for the start of the pick 6, we obviously have, Andy, as we look ahead at this sequence, we have a race later on today with all these races coming off the turf. You talked earlier about Sugar High, who's going to take a lot of money in that Grade 3 Matron. There's a 2-horse field later in the day as well, where I don't even think you can narrow that field down.
No, I picked Sunset Louise. I imagine the Gerrymander will be the favorite in there, but I picked Sunset Louise, the speed. I always prefer the more natural speed runner in those races. But, yeah, I mean, the horses, my goofier selections in the sequence, I mean, it's not goofy, alternate reality. The number 4 in the 6th race will be one of the favorites now with the scratches in there. I like that horse a bit. And in the last race, I went a little off the reservation to the moon, in fact, with Alice Cramden. Yes, everybody there. Ralph thought he was the boss, but all Honeymooners fans knows that Alice was the boss.
Loading up. Start of this pick 6 on our Sunday card. Freddie Mo Factor about to step in. Biggest price on the board. Favoritism been going back and forth between this filly right here. Big Bean Christine. We showed you in that win on that sloppy sealed track back in March. And then the 6 Clover Street, who has looked like she's ready to run today. The 6 there in the background. She is moving turf to dirt. First start back since late July.
She looks so sharp in the warm-up. She really did. Listen, I picked Big Bean Christine, and I've been second-guessing myself ever since I watched Clover Street gallop over to the starting gate.
Clover Street, 9-5 favor right now. Pick 6 starts here. Let's go to John Embrial for the call.
Waiting now for Carbon, Clover Street, and Sikkim. Field of 7 going 6 furlongs as we begin the pick 6. Carbon has moved in. Clover Street, the current 9-5 favorite. She's in, and number 7 Sikkim will round out the field. Set for race 4. And they're off. From the inside, it is Big Bean Christine as Fancy Pants Juliana moves up in between horses Queen's Masterpiece. So it's 3 of them across for the lead. Clover Street sits just off of them in 4th. Then it's Carbon next in 5th. Sikkim is on the outside, and Freddie Mo Factor is the trailer in 7th. The battle up front, Big Bean Christine on the inside and Queen's Masterpiece on the outside. And the 2 of them are heads apart for the lead through a quarter in 22 3/5 seconds. And sitting right behind them, the duo of Carbon, and on the outside is a Fancy Pants Juliana. Then comes Clover Street, who is racing wide here. Sikkim has made her way down to the rail, and farther back is Freddie Mo Factor. They are at the top of the stretch. The half went in 45 4/5 seconds. Queen's a Masterpiece with a narrow lead. Big Bean Christine battles on down at the rail as Sikkim looks to come on through and split horses. So it is Sikkim. Queen's Masterpiece on the outside. Big Bean Christine down at the rail. Sikkim has taken the narrow lead. Queen's Masterpiece trying to come back again on the outside. It looked like Sikkim got it narrowly. Queen's Masterpiece right there. Big Bean Christine was 3rd.
Well, Queen's Masterpiece, yeah, came on again. I don't think she ever got a nose, though, in front of Sikkim, who gets this victory, 4th win of her career.
Yeah, and a game performance by Sikkim. Nice ride by Manny Franco, splitting horses, turning for home. When the horse on the lead, Fancy Pants Giuliani?
No, his lead was Queen's Masterpiece on the outside, and Big Bean Christine. 2 horses that did not project to have speed, had speed near, and they went a very honest pace. This was a great trip and a sensational ride by Manny Franco. He got 2 horses that finished well in here, setting a very honest pace, especially for this level, and she was able to save ground from an outside post and then split horses. Maybe she wasn't best, but she got the money, and Manny Franco played a big role in that.
Saving all that ground, cut the corner into the stretch, had to come out around Big Bean Christine. Was lucky that Junior Alvarado with Queen's Masterpiece had left enough space for him to slide up in between, because Queen's Masterpiece battled back gamely, even after she was passed.
Yeah, she was unlucky.
She doesn't mind being in a tight space.
I agree. But Manny, this was, getting that position inside Clover Street. You could see at the 3 Ace Ball she was not traveling. I said to you, Richie, I don't think she's traveling well at all, and she had absolutely nothing.
7-2 on your winner, 6-year-old mare. Wins for the 4th time in her career. 7-3-2-5.
You bet the 3 at 7-1. You have every right to be sick.
Well, we got to give props to Maggie. She picked this horse, Sikkim, worked out a good trip, and it's a difficult spot when a rider comes out from between horses like that. He has space, but these horses are getting tired. They'll deviate from their path. You saw Big Bean Christine take a step out as he was getting up in between them from a little bit of left-handed pressure from Katie Davis. The outside horse is going to try to make it rough on you. It's not like you have lanes. Even if you have a right to a spot, you can't always count on everybody else sticking to their lane.
Manny Franco continuing to have a sensational meet here. Belmont at the Big A. Sikkim, 6-year-old mare, wins it 7-2 with Manny aboard for Jose Camejo. We'll have the prices for you when we come back.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage. Good to have you with us. As we are underway in the Pick 6, we have the late Pick 5 coming up next. And it's Sikkim starting things off. The Pick 6, 6-year-old mare wins at 7-2 with Manny Franco aboard.
Yeah, this was a great ride. It really was, and take nothing away from the horse. But you know, there are rides that a lot of times you're just on the right horse. I don't know that Manny was on the right horse, I think, here. I think the horse had the right rider.
Difference maker, absolutely.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with Jose Cameo. And Jose, you were just telling me it's been a long 3 months, but to get a win here, it feels just so much relief.
It does. I feel like this is my first race. Remind me like my first race when I started as a trainer. And I said, my God, you know, it's been a long summer, rough, but you know, it's never give it up, and just got to keep it going.
Let's talk a little bit about the ride that Manny Franco delivered on Sikkim today. As a former rider, I mean, he just did everything right. He saved ground, he split horses. What's it like knowing, as someone who's been out there, to watch such a good ride being given to your horse?
Well, he asked me, you know, what I was expecting about the race. I said, look, you know what to do. Just the only thing that I told him is when she break, you know, close the page, she never, you know, finish. Yeah. So trying to see if you can save a little bit from the beginning and see if she can finish in the end. And he did exactly, you know, what we're talking in there, and he did a great job.
Are you going to keep horses here in New York? You have a pretty good assistant. I was giving my man Toby some props.
Well, I don't think about it. Yeah. I don't know, you know, right now it's been tough. I had a lot of things that I got to figure out, but that is the plan. Keep some horses in here and see what happens.
Like I said, you have a good guy in your corner with Toby Sheets, but congratulations. Great job here with Sikkim.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Sikkim, it turns out she can handle the dirt, Greg.
Yeah, she can't just second win on dirt in her career, 6-year-old mare. Now with more options potentially here going forward, we're going to get into the late pick 5 coming up. Obviously, we're off the turf today, and that's impacted a lot of these races, including what's next here, this Grade 3 Futurity. With this surface switch in here, it looks like this outside runner, who is a stakes winner on dirt, Post-Beldame, is an overwhelming choice, and that is the case right now as we take a look at our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief and Post-Beldame. 2 for 2, both starts on dirt, both pretty easy.
Yeah, you know, and the horse that he beat last time came back to win in a good-looking maiden race earlier in the week. It seems like a long time ago. I think it was Thursday. I could be wrong. And while that horse ran 6 buyer points lower, I thought he ran very well in doing it, so I don't believe it necessarily knocked that performance. But even if it was, even if you think this horse should have gotten an 80 buyer, not an 88, he just looks very hard to beat. Though, I'll be honest, I don't know why the 4 Works for Me isn't the clear-cut second choice in here. He seems like the one confirmed dirt runner. I thought he was a threat.
I agree. I thought the way he broke his maiden at Belmont, his debut at Churchill Downs was excellent. I think he's a major player.
We'll be back right after this. Futurity is coming up. Move to the main track. 2-year-olds going 6 furlongs when our coverage continues here on America's Day at the Races. We'll be back.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with 5.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bats. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Catching Society.
Cyberknight has won the Haskell over Tama and Ghana in the Forgo.
Echo Zulu wins the next gen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Abilities.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
He loved racing. My wife, Tammy, always called it his vice. It was a hobby for him, but he loved it.
Longtime owner and racing enthusiast, B. Wayne Hughes, acquired Spendthrift, a storied thoroughbred farm located outside Lexington, Kentucky, in 2004. He expanded his involvement in the sport, switching his focus from the racetrack to the farm.
And then when he bought the farm, everything changed because he couldn't help himself because he's a businessman. He was a genius, really. First time I came to the farm, it was not in great shape at the time. It was quite a fixer-upper, so I was not that impressed, frankly. And Wayne set about bringing it to where it is now, which is worlds away from where we started.
Hughes knew how to run a successful business as co-founder and CEO of Public Storage. He made the Forbes 400, a list of the wealthiest people in America.
He was so innovative, he was disruptive. He was not interested in how things were always done. He wanted to do something differently, sometimes just to try to see if it was worth it. And then he was always willing to be wrong. He was a champion for the little guy.
Eric Gustafson learned about horse racing from Hughes. Eric would join his mentor and father-in-law in the day-to-day business, striving to return Spendthrift back to its glory days.
And then we have what we consider the best stallion in the country in Into Mischief. I remember being at the track with Wayne at Hollywood Park when he won the Grade 1 Futurity. And Wayne turned to me and said, "Oh, we got ourselves a stallion." And neither one of us, obviously, at the time could have known what that meant.
On November 1st, 2022, Hughes' vision of building a fan-centric destination became a reality.
Wayne died unfortunately, it was a year or so before we got to open the visitor center. We were in the construction process. We were thankful for the opportunity to name it after him, and an opportunity for my wife and I and the rest of us, the team at Spendthrift, to honor the man that made it all possible.
Located between the Farm Stallion Complex and the main office doors is the B. Wayne Hughes Visitor Center. The 7,000 square foot, 2-floor facility features a trophy room, artifacts, and racing's memorabilia. The second you open the door, there's Authentic's Kentucky Derby glory built into a colorful display in the floor. You'll also find the Spendthrift collection in the gift shop with apparel that'll rival your favorite campus bookstore.
I think he would love it. He would be enthralled with it. He'd be really proud of it. And then he would say, "How much did this cost?"
Well, coming up, it's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and that right there is the overwhelming favorite. Post-Beldame with a surface switch, moved to dirt. This horse 2 for 2 on the dirt, including a pretty dominant stakes win, and the horse that he beat in that race came back to break his maiden by more than 4 lengths here at Belmont and Aqueduct next time out.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. That was here just a few days ago, actually, and he's an impressive horse. I mean, that was a fast race. He's the true dirt horse here. He had enough turf pedigree, I imagine, with Bruchero, the sire, being a good turf horse. They thought, why don't we try this and see if he can handle the dirt? If he does, we can go on to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Now, listen, maybe they'll try to do that again, and I just feel so bad for Connections, these races that wanted to use these races to try to, obviously not just the win you're in, but also find out if their horses belonged in a race like that.
Sure.
And they just haven't gotten a chance to run on the turf. And so while this is the situation, you make lemonade out of lemons, you wanted these races to be in the turf just because, from an owner's perspective, it's okay to lose as long as you find something out about your horse.
Right, and you know this horse is already very proficient on dirt, and he's well drawn here. Now the good news for them, he's 1 to 4 in a $150,000 race.
Right, he should. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yes, from that perspective, you know, it's double-edged sword a little bit.
Sure.
For the others, I don't understand how the 4 works for me as 9 to 1 right now. I think this horse should be the clear-cut second choice because, okay, where's Chris ran fine first time? But he didn't run as well as works me, in my opinion, is running any of the maiden races he's been in, or any of the dirt races he's been in. And Jimmy the Tooth has enough dirt pedigree to suggest he could do it. But doesn't the 6 Jimmy the Tooth have to turn out to be a better dirt horse than turf horse to be effective here? And would they really have been only running him on the turf from the get-go if they thought he could run in the dirt?
You got to think this price is going to come down on the 4 works for me. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, and we'll start with your heavy favorite in number 8, Post-Beldame, who comes in here off of that nice-looking performance in a stakes race already. The Smoke Glacken at Monmouth, where he just looked like a winner every inch of the way. Broke well, stalked from the outside, well in hand. And look, he, as the guys were saying, was flattered by C-Streak, coming back and winning emphatically here at Aqueduct. He's a big, burly New Jersey red by Bruchero, and he came in on his toes at first, and now once he's settled in quite nicely, no problems at all with your current heavy favorite. Looks like much the horse to beat, but I am interested in the New York bred in number 4. Works for me. I thought coming in off of a 2-month gap between starts that he looked a little bit on the heavy side, a little bit soft overall for that funny side. And while he's still got a little bit of punch, he just looks more defined. He looks stronger, and I think moving in the right direction. And maybe it's a negative that he's such a big price, but I'm shocked to see him sitting up there on the board at this type of price of 8-1, and I would think he has to drop because, to me, he is the main competition, if there is any, to number 8 in here, Post-Beldame. As we'll check in with number 6, Jimmy the Tooth, who I admit was kind of intrigued by based upon pedigree, by World of Trouble, who could run on either surface, but I think a little bit better on dirt. And the Dam won dirt sprints, and the half-sibling 3-year-old filly Apple Pickers, a stakes winner on the dirt. He looks a little bit more turf mint, but as I often say, these Mike Maker horses, he leaves them in and they deliver. It doesn't really matter what they look like on paper, what their pedigree looks like, or even what they look like physically. They just show up, I think, because they're oftentimes just really, really fit horses, and so therefore they can translate some of that form to the dirt. But as Andy said, he'll have to get better on this surface change. Greg?
By the way, you have a 1-4 favorite in this spot. Difficult to make money with that, but we think the 4 is the other dirt horse, really, who's not necessarily even going to challenge to win, but the other dirt horse maybe can get second. 5-1 on that exacta 8-4 right now.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. I think he's a bigger threat than the odds suggest. I think it's very hard to see the 8 losing to the 1 or 6. I see them being second. But with Works for Me, it comes out of that crazy live maiden race first time out where Gold Sweep improved, but also Norm Cassidy's horse, I think, was 6 in there, the horse that we saw win the stake in Saratoga. And then he came back with a very nice win. And last time out, I don't knock his last race. I don't think he ran that badly.
Here's the maiden win for Works for Me. Still on the board right now at 8-1. This was at Belmont back on June 23rd.
Yeah, and I was in the paddock that day off of that. He shipped from Churchill Downs after that good third and open company maiden race. I thought he looked heavy that day. I thought he was carrying a little extra weight. Well, look what he did here. I think he's a horse that just does carry some extra weight. I believe I called him a chunky monkey that day.
Good call.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen, I got to call
Proud of you for admitting it.
Got to call it the way I see it.
I've had a little chunky monkey in my day, and I'm turning into one.
I know, and the fact that, then he had a little bit of a freshening. He has that race under his belt last time. I think you can see a better version of Works for Me today. There's no way he shouldn't be a clear second choice here.
Yeah, I'm not, and I also think the disparity in prices is crazy. I mean, I have no argument. I picked the 8. He is the horse to beat in this race. But just because when you have to do public handicap, you make picks, doesn't mean that you think that horse is the best bet in the race.
And we've talked about it already. Pratt's aboard. Horse has speed. Is he going to be the one everyone's chasing in here?
Well, the 1 has some speed. So if he's not in front, he'll be stalking that one, that's for sure. And the 8 should be sitting behind him. I don't think he's going to get compromised, but he's certainly a horse that can be forward. And I don't think there's a lot of speed in this race.
I think he might be in front. He actually showed some
turf.
turf.
I do too. I'm not saying he won't be, but at worst, I think he'll be stalking the 4. That's all I mean.
Yeah.
The 1.
But he has that luxury because the other horse that appears to be potential speed, he's drawn outside of, so it gives him the opportunity if he really wants it.
He's supposed to be in front. Greg, you're right. He's supposed to be in front.
7-1, slowly starting to come down the odds. As you see the huge favorite in here. So already a stakes winner on dirt. Trying out another one here that was meant for the turf. Pick 5 starts here, approaching, and there we are, up and over $80,000 in that late pick 5 sequence here. As we start with, where's Chris?
Won his first race impressively. Obviously, the going gets tougher here, and he had a pedigree to move up on turf. I'm sure the connections wish they really, with him, they could be on the turf.
We'll get back to Works for Me. Here's the 5, Ruddy Buddy.
Ruddy Buddy has never been on the dirt before. He's really much more of a turf family, and he'd have to improve immeasurably.
Jimmy the Tooth has shown some turf sprint speed. Is going to be forward on the dirt.
It tries the dirt for the first time. Maggie talked about it. Half the Apple Picker was a stakes winner on the dirt. Small sampling. The sire gets 15% dirt winners.
There's the stakes winner on the dirt, Post-Beldame.
Yeah, Post-Beldame he's run very fast for a young horse. He's drawn outside 5 of 5. He's going to be very tough.
And Works for Me, who we skipped to the post break there. He came out late to the party, Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, Works for Me. Listen, he's tipped his hand. He has ability. He has speed. Maybe he's tactically in a better position than the 8 Post-Beldame. If he gets comfortable on the lead, they might have trouble reeling him in.
I'm a fan. I think he's good. These prices, I would prefer him.
Getting close to post time coming up here for the start of this late pick 5. Let's head back to Maggie with the trainer of Post-Beldame.
That's right. Derek Ryan with the heavy favorite. And Derek, Post-Beldame, he's been very impressive in both of those starts, albeit down at the Jersey Shore. Now, be honest, did you enter this race thinking that we'd come off, or did you legitimately want to try him on the turf?
Well, he's got a lot of pedigree for the turf. He's by Bucero, and I think he'll handle the turf fine. But it doesn't really hurt us too much that it come off.
He certainly has a big old turf hoof to him. But talk about how he's doing coming into this race. I overheard you say to Jose Ortiz he's awfully sharp.
Yeah, he's doing really, really good. Jose worked him last Sunday, and he really, really liked him. And he's trained very good coming into the race, so hopefully it all works out.
So you're going to have a stringer here over the winter?
Yeah, we're over in Belmont right now with 10, so we've had an all right start, actually, with a New York bred that's been working with him there, win on Wednesday, so it's not too bad.
Great information. Well, wishing you the best of luck. He looks fantastic, Derek.
Cheers, thanks.
All right, Derek Ryan setting out Post-Beldame. Can we book him, guys?
Good spot to be in when you're a 1-4 favorite in a stakes race, and obviously it's a surface switch because of that. But also there's some nerves there with that.
Well, it's expectation, right?
Yeah, I think you want to be that kind of price in any race you're in, particularly stake races, like randomized earlier. But the disappointment if you don't win is so much more extreme. If you're running 5, 10 to 1 shots in races, you're hopeful and you're always disappointed, but at least you think, well, I wasn't really supposed to win anyway. We took a shot, whatever. I think when you're that price and you lose, you feel like this was the one for me. I was supposed to win this, and I don't care what kind of they are. Stake races don't grow on trees.
Let's go to Jonathan for more as we get set for the Pick 5.
We're just thinking about Andy saying stakes races don't grow on trees. And I wonder if he said that before, if that was the first time he's ever used that line. So it's good. It's a good line. I was just curious. Look, this is one of those situations where Post-Beldame to the outside just has a huge figure edge. But what I've started to learn, and it's taken me a while, because I'm such a speed figure guy, with these 2-year-olds, sometimes the figures aren't always reliable. And here's why that's the case. Speed figures as a whole, there's a whole book about it, Buyer on Speed, that will teach you about how to make figures. But a lot of the figures have to do with the final time, right? And the final time is the main part of the figure. But when they're making those figures, you also need to take into account what the other horses in the race have done to kind of solidify and make that final number correct. And you can adjust it based off of that. But when you have all these lightly raced horses, they don't have that body of work that's as dependable when you are making those numbers. And I think sometimes a number might be a little bit lower than it should be or a little bit higher than it should be. The moral of the story is horses can kind of jump up in these 2-year-old races and improve quite a bit. Nonetheless, I'm going to land on the 8. I just think the draw, I think the tactical speed, and I think the 2 races that those figures kind of make me feel comfortable with are why I land there. I don't love the price at 2 to 5, but I do want to mention that the 1 Where's Chris is at least a little bit interesting. This horse ran well enough first time out, passed the kind of eye test, as it were. I don't take the eye test too far, but did do so in a nice way first time out. You draw the inside, possibly it was some tactical speed. You can kind of send away from there, and maybe, just maybe, that figure is 5 points low, 6 points low. Maybe it's not. Who knows? But I do think that at 9 to 2, if you're looking for an alternative to the favorite, I think that's something you can try to hang your hat on.
All right, J.K. Thanks. Pick 5 pool, 122,000 plus. As we go back to Where's Chris, there's our analyst selections. It's either the 4 or the 8 for all of our crew.
Well, these prices 2 to 5 and the 4 is now the second choice, 9 to 2. I think, to me, I picked the 8. He is the most likely winner. But from a value standpoint, I would say it's at least extremely close between these 2 horses. The expected value of betting these horses, I think it's very close, and the 4 might be better value. Because I don't think the 8 wins this race 80% of the time.
See what happens.
It's coming down now to 9 to 2, so
Yeah.
he is your second choice.
You'd have heard that if you were listening to me, but you're reading there, Richie.
Works for me.
I'm trying to look
Maiden
up
win
this
on the dirt.
Post-Beldame thing.
It's Dragnet. It's not Hawaii 5-0, Richie. It's Dragnet.
Let's go back to Maggie.
And it's interesting kind of catching up with some other connections. It seems like many that, with their horses that were projected to try the turf for the first time, they wanted to try the turf, but they're going to stick with the dirt here. And let's talk about number 1, Where's Chris? Now, Where's Chris physically last time in that restricted maiden special weight was a bit of a standout, but I have my doubts about him because he looks like a turf horse. He's bred to be a turf horse. So I think with some stiffer competition in here with some more proven commodities, I don't quite like him as much. I would have probably taken a shot with him, honestly, if this race was on the turf. He looks good. He just doesn't look like a standout, kind of like he did in that maiden breaking score, which he did win pretty convincingly. As we'll circle back to the 8 Post-Beldame, and like I said with that in that interview with Derek Ryan, he looks like a turf horse. He probably would have really liked it, to be quite honest. Got nice bounce to his stride too, and watching him warm up. So he looks great. Taking nothing away from him. I'm just going to try my shot with the 4 in here. Works for me. And I know Jolie's listening to me right now down in the paddock office, but he was intrigued to see his horse switch to the turf too. He said he worked really well over it up at the spa. Greg?
All right. Maggie, thanks. Detective Steve McGarrett, by the way, is coming for Andy Serling. With
it was
cuffs.
Hawaii 5-0.
It was Hawaii 5-0, Post-Beldame.
I not only have bad picks of the track, I also can't remember TV shows I never watched.
Works for me. Was maiden win at Belmont, then faced the wine steward in that funny side. He ran pretty good the other day.
He ran terrific yesterday. I mean, he had a much better trip than Locke, but Locke's supposed to beat him
in the Breeders'
there.
Futurity Stakes.
Very well against open companies. The New York breds. He'll be heading the Breeders' Cup, probably.
El Grando, the runner-up, came back and won New York bred stakes and has shown good speed. He came out of a very good race.
Oh, he didn't run well yesterday in the Champagne. It was such a tough race for him, but he ran super in his prior race.
Yeah. And not to belabor the Post-Beldame thing, Hawaii 5-0, I watched the Colombo the other night, and I forgot how much I liked that show.
There was a summer I got hooked on Colombo.
Peter Falk.
It was must-see TV.
I mean, great.
Just 1-2 favorite.
The in-laws.
Post-Beldame here works for. We'll see how aggressive Pratt is. Jimmy the 2-2, the 6 is one that horse had shown turf speed on occasion.
The 10-4 exacta is now around $5 for a dollar.
The 8-4?
For the 8-4, excuse me. Yes.
This horse here, Manny Franco, is he going to press Pratt on the 4?
One thing about Manny, he's aggressive, and this horse did show good turf speed. If that translates, you got to think he's forward.
Oh, wait, the
6, Jimmy the Tooth. I mean,
yeah, I don't think he's going to be as fast that horse, but we'll see.
2-5 comes off the turf here in the Futurity, and at least on paper, that seemed like only good things for Post-Beldame, who's 2 for 2 on the dirt, including a stakes win at Monmouth. Can he make it 3 for 3 to start his career? Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting now for Ready Buddy, Jimmy the Tooth, and Post-Beldame. And the big favorite, Post-Beldame, will complete the 5-horse field in this off-the-turf Futurity. We're set. And they're off. Oh, that was a stumbling beginning for number 5, Ready Buddy, and he trails the field. Works for Me is out first with Jimmy the Tooth running in second. Where's Chris is down at the rail. Post-Beldame on the outside in fourth, and then a 5 or 6 length break back to Ready Buddy. Works for Me leads here 3/4 of a length. Jimmy the Tooth on the outside in second, and then it's a little more than a length to Where's Chris, who's at the rail. Post-Beldame now moving up on the outside. Opening quarter went in 22 seconds. Works for Me by a head. Jimmy the Tooth right there on the outside in second. It's almost 2 lengths to Post-Beldame in third with Where's Chris down at the rail. And now they're coming for the top of the stretch. Works for Me. Working a bit harder now to hold on to the lead. Here's Jimmy the Tooth. Here's Post-Beldame. 3 of them across as they pass the 3/16 pole. And Post-Beldame has taken the lead. Works for Me now back in second. Then Jimmy the Tooth and Where's Chris. It is Post-Beldame, and you can put this one in the books. He is now 3 for 3, this 2-year-old gelding. Post-Beldame, much the best. Close for second between Works for Me and Where's Chris.
Post-Beldame appeared to be a standout on paper and shows on track. Lives up to that billing as well. Now 3 for 3.
I'll be interested to see how far this guy wants to go. He's probably got more of a sprint pedigree. And I understand who he was facing here. This horse is good, Richie.
He's very good. Halfway through the race, we looked at each other. I mean, the way he was traveling, it was basically over. You said he's going to win by a lot. He certainly did. And nice to have the best horse, the best setup, and being parked outside, just kind of watching things unfold. Right. This was a really nice effort.
He just sort of was almost running off of Jose Ortiz at this point. He kind of shook his hands a little bit. Look at him. He just runs by these horses.
Looks like he was a touch green, Greg, when he was hitting the front, wanting to drift over a little bit.
That's why he used the stick.
Got after him to keep him straight, keep his mind to his business, but he was just much the best, on 3 for 3, and been running fast figures and continues. Nice effort. Listen, the 4 works for me. Was game to be second because he was under pressure from the 6, Jimmy the Tooth. Just second best today.
Yeah, second best for sure. I mean, it was close for second, but whereas Chris was just picking up pieces, he did the dirty work on the front end. And it's tough when you do that work. And first of all, the 6 was hounding him, and then the 8 just gobbles you up. It kind of breaks your heart a little bit.
So at that point, sometimes a horse will just give in. He was resolute and game to be second.
I know Matt asked the question. I think they're very happy this race came off the turf and got this in under their belt. 3 for 3 now. Bookham, Dano, Derek Ryan, Atlantic 6 Racing, Jose Ortiz, and a very talented 2-year-old.
What do you do with a 2-year-old at this point when there really aren't many sprint races left this year, right? I mean, they could look at a race like the Nashua Mile. Now, they could also try to get in the Breeders' Cup Sprint with turf sprint with the 2-year-old. And he's good enough. I think you would think he's supposed to be able to get into that race, right?
Well, they have 2-year-old dirt sprints that aren't part of that program, right?
But there just aren't that many. Yeah, but if they want to take a shot in the turf with him, why not take a shot in there?
I think at some point they got to find out if he does want to stretch out. The Nashua might be a good opportunity to do that and get a feel for if there's a future going further, thinking, potentially being in the Classics.
You'd like to think, and listen, the Breeders' Cup and making a choice they were, and they're absolutely right. This was a win-you're-in race, and they're terrific races, and it's not the race they were making win-you're-in. So I totally understand that. I think it's absolutely right. But still, this horse wanted to get in the Breeders' Cup, and I got a feeling if they want to go there, he can get in, and he should get in. He's good.
3 for 3 now, all coming on dirt. Now 2 stakes wins. Bookham, Dano, easy time of things. Here to start off this late pick 5. All the prices for you when we come back.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Back on America's Day at the races on our FS1 coverage here at Belmont at the Big A, South Ozone Park, New York.
Greg, you don't get all the credit you deserve. I thought you did a fabulous job.
Thank you. I was waiting for someone to chime in.
You were working on them on the subway. It was kind of amazing.
I'm going to be roasting the pumpkin seeds for everyone as well. Post-Beldame now 3 for 3 on dirt. This one comes off the turf. And Derek Ryan, Atlantic 6 Racing, they have a very nice 2-year-old dirt sprinter. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Well, thank you. Oh, I'm blushing down here. First,
is the biggest.
I gotta say hi to Steve, cousin Steve. Hello, as I'm pleased to be joined by Jay Prisione by Atlantic 6 Stables, and obviously a lot of the partners here. But Jay, talk about Post-Beldame. We were just both commenting on the time, 109.2 for a 2-year-old.
Spectacular time. We were hoping for this, but you never know. You run in a race like this. He's done everything right so far. Derek has been high on him from the start. We've had a good group of people that help us. Chris Gracie helped us buy him. Randy Rentz broke him in South Carolina. And Derek didn't miss a beat, has not missed a beat.
And Jose did a good job.
Yeah, Jose did a great job.
Well,
that race that he came out of, the Smoke Black and the horse that we beat won last week, and the horse just won in Maryland today, the 4th race, Bucciarino. Yeah, so that was a key race, and he's incredible. We're excited.
Well, you were also commenting to me that this is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime horse.
We're a little group. We've had horses for a long time. We've had some good ones, but nothing like him. He's just incredible, and he acts like an old horse. He doesn't even act like a baby. It's wonderful.
All right, so we got his trainer over there watching, and obviously you have to put your heads together. We were just, pontificating on what the next step is for him. I know Derek wanted to try him on the turf. Where would you like to see this guy next?
I think we've always tried to duck the bigger horses because he's, we just take our steps and let him tell us where he wants to go. But between Derek and all of us, we'll let the horse tell us what to do, and hopefully we'll wind up in a good spot. I can't tell you, where that would be. We'll go from there.
Well, he's certainly a really cool dude. Being able to rate and kick away from that, got a lot of talent.
Yes, thank you very much. And they've treated us incredibly here at, our home track.
You better all kick their butt.
Our home track is Monmouth, but nothing like this. They're wonderful here.
Oh,
so
good. Well, I'm so happy for you guys. Congratulations. Such a nice horse.
Say hi, Steve, yet or no?
Yeah. Cousin Steve? I said hi. Hi, Steve. Greg.
Thank you very much.
We need to get cousin Steve out to the track. That's such a great story to see. Smaller group finding their superstar horse.
I have news for them, though. They might have one of the bigger horses. They're talking about avoiding the bigger horses, at least in the sprint division. This horse is good. I understand the competition may not be that tough. He's good, this horse.
He's very good, but I like their approach, and we'll let the horse kind of tell us where he wants to go next. To me, you like to see people that are very practical and have their horse's best interest first be rewarded like this. This is a very nice call.
When he's been this good, too, on this surface, do you kind of have to keep rolling with it?
Listen, they'll make the decision. I mean, there aren't really any sort of prestigious races, so maybe now is not a bad time to take a little bit of gamble. But if they want to ship across the country and do it, maybe they don't want to do that. Listen, it's a nice situation to be in.
Yep.
That's going to do it for our coverage on FS1. We'll pick things up after a break back over on FS2, so we will see you there. These two guys saying goodbye. Enjoyed it. Meg, Andy. See you next week. Actually, I won't see you next week.
No, see you in 2 weeks.
See you for a little while.
Miss you.
See you over on FS2. After a timeout, it was randomized in the Beldame after that Alabama victory. Beats older company in a compact field. With a pace advantage, goes gate to wire for the win under Joel Rosario. We just saw Post-Beldame surface switch in the Futurity, and it works to his advantage. Now a multiple stakes winner on dirt, 3 for 3 to start his career. For trainer Derek Ryan, Jose Ortiz aboard for the win. We'll see you over on FS2.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Hip number 1. Sale time, folks. We're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Welcome to our continuing live coverage. Belmont at the Big A on our Sunday card here from South Ozone Park, New York. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, we have the late pick 4 coming up. 2 stakes races still ahead, but all the races have been taken off the turf, and those stakes were meant for the grass. They moved to the main track now, so that has really changed their complexion completely. Greg Wolf alongside Sarah L. Bodway. Good to see you on what has, after we've gotten so much rain, including yesterday, a very nice Sunday afternoon.
I know. The weather has just been so relentless, trying to make the most of it here. At least it's not raining at the moment. We're still able to run today's card without any precipitation being added to an already very rainy weekend, but still some stakes action. They've changed a little bit, but there's still pretty interesting competitive events coming up.
Yeah, even a field that has become just 2 runners right now. We were just talking about it off air. Difficult to make a decision to who's going to win that race. We don't see match races very often anywhere in this sport, so we'll have a little intrigue in that Noble Damsel to come. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 6 through 9 comprise that late pick 4 sequence. We'll begin 7 furlongs on the dirt with a 50,000 claiming race, and then the Noble Damsel Matron, both coming off the grass ahead on our program. You can play all the action by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The offer, there it is, that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up. Match 200 to take advantage. Earlier on the card, we had a big race in the Distaff division, and a 3-year-old filly who looked so good, taking a big move forward this summer, Saratoga in that Alabama. Looked like facing older company for the first time, even though it was a compact field, that she held all the cards in here because of her pace advantage.
She did, and Joel's such a good rider when he has a horse that can show that early speed, being able to use it, send her right to the front, and really able to just control this race from start to finish. You know, things looked maybe a little bit more competitive and exciting on the turn, but she just had so much left, able to draw away from this short field very convincingly, and we'll see what they do next if they do go on to the Breeders' Cup with her, because she's so lightly raced, but she's been so good over her last 2 starts.
And look, when she can get to the front going around a ground, no one's been able to beat her. Undefeated when on the lead going around a ground. Obviously, there's probably going to be some other quickness, you would think, who signed on if she does move on to the Distaff. But looks like she is moving in the right direction.
Of course, and I mean, she's going to be facing much tougher company going ahead if she does decide to take on all the rest of those other older fillies and mares, as well as some other 3-year-old fillies coming up in the Breeders' Cup. It's going to be a different kind of field than she faced today, but it's nice to know what kind of horse you have going into that, and that they do possess that early speed.
Clarvich Stables, Chad Brown, Joel Rosario nursing her along on the lead. Back-to-back graded stakes wins. for the star 3-year-old filly of the summer at Saratoga, getting that victory against older company in that Grade 2 Beldame. We have the late pick 4 as mentioned coming up next. It starts with the race we're going to show you right now. This $50,000 claiming sprint on the main track, 7/8 of a mile for 3-year-olds in this group, and the entry 3-1, probably the biggest scratch, at least one of them on this entire card today. The 5 Prove Right coming out.
He would have been a significant favorite in this spot, a horse that has some early speed, going, of course, to the Brad Cox barn as well. So you're getting a much more wide open betting board without his presence.
Right now, as mentioned, entry favored. Part of that entry, Street Swag, Mike Maselli, second off the claim. And there is the 3-year-old son of Street Sense. He'll put blinkers on this afternoon. Flavian Pratt will be aboard. We'll have more on this 6th when we come back.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter.
So Three Chimneys Farm is a thoroughbred breeding operation. We have our own broodmare band here, as well as a stallion roster, and our goal is to breed the next Kentucky Derby winner, the next Oaks winner.
It's a classically beautiful, I think very American thoroughbred horse farm. We focus on getting mares pregnant to have them become yearlings to be able to sell or keep to race, and then hopefully move them on to the racetrack.
Our stallions that we stand here, we allow clients and breeders to come in and breed to those horses who have the same goals and aspirations to breed that next Grade 1 winner.
When I first came to Three Chimneys in 2000, we had Seattle Slew, we had Dynaformer, Rahi, Wild Again, Capote. I mean, just the who's who of stallions.
Mr. Torrealba, who owns Three Chimneys, is very passionate about the farm, the horses. He loves his broodmares. He's a breeder at heart, loves the stallions. And I think his passion, his enthusiasm, his drive for the sport certainly trickles down to the managers and employees here, and it was motivational for us to do our best.
Goncalo Torrealba is a very amazing person. He is awesome. Something I really love about him is he really expresses his desire to get women into the industry, especially with jobs that are very male-dominated. So I really, really applaud him for that.
Certainly being a female, even in the stallion barn at all, is still something that you don't see very often. But to have a woman stallion manager is certainly unique.
I think that no matter how important and wonderful your horses are, a very integral part of working at a thoroughbred horse farm is the people. If you have the right mix of people, your day in and day out is so much better.
It's a really wonderful place to work. It does feel like a family.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Good to have you with us as we get set for the late pick 4. Coming up, and here's our post-parade for race 6 to start at 7 furlongs, and part of the entry who we showed you going to break Street Swag breaks toward the outside.
He's adding those blinkers. It's possible that he just didn't really handle that off-going last time out at Saratoga. He did not really run that well that day.
Other half of the entry gets the outside post and speed outside with Devil's Key.
Yeah, has that early speed, just as you mentioned, 5th in the same race where Street Swag ended up being 3rd, so might have that early advantage.
New gelding, blinkers coming off of the rail to the 2 Freedom Road.
And he's just been facing some really tough horses throughout his career. If you go down the page, Tapit Trice, Lost Ark, etc., this seems like a good spot.
We know he's probably got good hands. Here's Cup.
Yeah, he comes in off the claim here. Recent winner for a $25,000 tag. He can be forward or sit just off.
He's won 3 of his last 4. And then Alternate Reality put together back-to-back wins in New York earlier this year.
He did. Then he got ambitious, tried the Dwyer. This just seems like the right kind of spot for him now.
7-2. David Jacobson trains Thunderian, excuse me.
Really consistent over his last couple of starts. He will need some pace to close into, though.
I like this one. The Kozin one, who is coming off a win at Timonium.
He comes in out of town. We'll have to see how that form stacks up here, but his Buyer speed figures definitely do fit with this group, and he is a good price to the outside.
Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. That one will break 2nd to the outside. We get set for a pick 4 coming up. Let's get JK's thoughts on how to start us off.
Yeah, look, it's a little bit of a hunch play if you're playing fantasy football today. You know that Cooper Kupp is making his debut here in a little while for this year. It has nothing to do with me picking the 3 horse. I just felt like this horse, you know, Michelle Nevin, I think, does an outstanding job. When horses move to her care throughout her career, for whatever reason, 15%. So, I think she runs, this horse has a chance to kind of take a step forward. Carlos David is a high percentage trainer. But if you look back, this horse ran well for Ron Moquette, also ran well again for Carlos David. I think the horse is just a reliable type. Reliable hands, like Cooper Kupp. I'm not crazy about the price, but I do think you'll get a click up from that 3-1 favoritism in this wide open field. But for me, I thought the 3 Cup made a lot of sense. The 7, the Kozin one, not against that horse at all. I just felt like the 3 would present a little bit more value in terms of likeliness to win and the price that you're going to get.
All right, JK, thanks. So going with Cup. Michelle Nevin off the claim. This is the 3rd different barn in the last 3 starts for this horse.
And it's great when you see those horses really run similar types of races for different outfits, because you know that they're adaptable and they're bringing their form for wherever they're running out of. And Michelle Nevin, just as Jonathan mentioned, does a great job first off the claim, going from one high percentage barn to another perfectly capable barn as well. And this is a horse that he really did stumble out of the break last time out, was able to recover, got the win for Luis Rivera Jr., who's riding a different horse today. It's going to be Joel Rosario aboard, but he's a little bit tactical too, right? He can be up close early. He doesn't absolutely need the lead to be successful, and that could bode well for him because it looks like there might be some other speed with Devil's Key.
Yeah, part of that entry outside. It looks like the entry is a good 1-2 punch as a result of that. Here's a look at the 4. So here's Alternate Reality. Back-to-back wins, and then he went against the big boys in the Grade 3 Dwyer, was overmatched.
He was, and I understand trying to take a shot in that compact field after the 2 races that he was able to put together back-to-back. And this is a race where he is actually finishing ahead of Winter's Lion, a horse that we saw just the other day spring that huge upset at 35-1 with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. So he was able to run that one down. And since then, you can make the excuse that he was really just overmatched in a stakes race won by Fort Bragg. Then he had a little bit of bumping to deal with at the break and that next start on dirt over a muddy sealed track. You can toss the turf experiment. So maybe you're just looking at a horse that's finding a field and conditions for what he might be best suited to doing. The only problem I see with him is that he's going to be coming from off the pace.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he beats a horse who winds up beating Drake's Passage just the other day. I think paid $74 doing so.
Something
but Drake's
like that.
Passage looked like he's a really talented 3-year-old New York bred for Christophe Clement. But that was a shocker earlier in the week.
Yeah, I could not have had that one.
5-2 favorite, Cup, the one JK likes in this spot as we get set for our pick 4 coming up. 44,000 plus in the pool as we get a look at part of the entry in here. Flavien Prat on Street Swag, the half of the entry that looks like they're putting blinkers on this horse maybe to get a little more focus, but the half looks like he's going to be coming from off the pace.
Right. It'll be interesting to see if the blinkers are added really just for more focus and to keep him in the bridle throughout the race rather than trying to get more speed out of him, because that's just not how we've seen this horse run so far, and especially with the presence of his stablemate, who we do know has that confirmed speed. You doubt that these are two horses that are really going to be dueling with each other and take each other out. You think that one will help set up the other.
So JK to Cup. Sarah's going to go with Freedom Road on the inside. Who's making a lot of changes.
He is, and it's possible that he may just not be a competitive type of runner anymore. But if you look through the types of horses that he's been in against, he's never faced a field quite like this before. He's been against some of the top 3-year-olds that we see still running, some very nice older horses as well. And this just seems like a very logical spot for him as he does sort of drop in class from those New Jersey stakes that he was running in at Monmouth. He doesn't really have any early speed either, so that's a little bit problematic. But now the blinkers come off, first time gelding, the drop in class. There are a lot of things happening that you think might help wake him up and be a little bit more successful out on the racetrack.
And you look, obviously, this pick 4 starts here. The next race coming off, and we're off the turf all day, impacted more than any race we've had here in a long time. It's just a 2-horse field now. Gerrymander, and then you have Sunset Louise in that spot. Rest of this pick 4, did you see other areas to kind of narrow down?
I really like Sugar High going into the off-the-turf Matron, a horse that we saw with a very impressive debut at Saratoga, then tried a Grade 1 Company in the spin-away. So she's taking a drop in class, even though it is a Grade 3. And then to close things out, I mean, there's some class droppers in there that make some sense. I don't totally trust the numbers, so I try to play against that one. But I think that Cool, Calm, and Collected, who's your 9-to-5 morning line favorite, does make some sense in there. So we've had a lot of short prices, a very formful day so far, and I didn't see a ton to go against that trend that we've been experiencing.
Yeah, started off the bat on this Sunday card with a couple of odds-on winners. It has been, as Sarah said, very formful to this point. Another odds-on winner in that off-the-turf Futurity, but a horse that looks like
that
2-year-old has a ton of talent, Bookham Dano.
Yeah, that was an impressive win. That was a horse that was coming in with a big number. You want to see them sort of replicate that as they're shipping in, and I thought that he was pretty convincing in there.
We're going to talk a little bit more, too. I'm sure later the afternoon, maybe when I'm gone, you'll talk about this 2-year-old picture. But of the 2-year-olds that ran yesterday, who impressed you the most?
Locked, for sure. Did you watch the race?
I still need to see it.
Oh, it was so good. It's definitely worth sitting down and watching because he was wide going into the first turn. He was wide going into the second turn. His main rival, the Wine Store, was able to go right up the rail. And he and that horse had a little bit of bumping. He ended up about a half a length behind him and still ended up passing him. Extremely impressive.
Yeah, runner-up in there ran very good as well. It's probably a horse who's going to move on, who we've seen here in New York. As for fierceness, we've talked about it earlier on the coverage. Don't give up on him just yet. He had that compromised beginning, wet surface. Things didn't go his way early. We'll see if he could be heard from again down the line. But Timberlake, he's going to go to the Breeders' Cup as one of the favorites in that juvenile.
Yeah, absolutely, and deservingly so. You know, he's a horse that had a valid reason to not run quite as fast a number as he did in that hopeful, and still had a pretty good impact on that race.
Pick 4 starts here coming up. JK Selection Cup, modest 3-to-1 favorite in this spot. Won 3 of his last 4 starts. We'll see if he can keep things rolling for the new barn here. Michelle Nevin has Joel Rosario aboard. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for the Kozan one and Devil's K. and we'll wait for the 1A Devil's K to round out the field. And it's a field of 7 going, 7 furlongs. And we're ready to go. And they're off. Devil's K broke well from the extreme outside. Cup now moves up. Cup now takes the lead. Devil's K is back running in second. The Kozan 1 is next in third. Alternate Reality is down at the rail. Thundarian gains in between horses. Then Street Swag was running in sixth. And Freedom Road trails the field in seventh as they move up the backstretch. Thundarian coming through on the inside to challenge Cup for the lead. Cup on the outside and Thundarian down at the rail. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Now Alternate Reality moves through on the inside to take second. Followed in between horses by Street Swag, and now passed by Devil's K. The Kozan 1 is on the extreme outside, and at the back is Freedom Road. The battle up front continues. Thundarian on the inside and Cup on the outside, the half in 46 seconds. Alternate Reality is now just behind the front two in third. Then Devil's K in fourth. The Kozan 1 on the outside. Farther back at Street Swag. Freedom Road down at the rail. Thundarian is the leader here with Cup on the outside and Alternate Reality as they pass the eighth pole. Thundarian at the rail is holding on to the lead here. Then Cup, and on the outside Alternate Reality and the Kozan 1. It is Thundarian who thunders home by more than 3. Alternate Reality was second, Photo for third.
Thundarian with the victory here. David Jacobson, Isaac Castillo, new face on this New York scene here in the winter. Third win, 15 career starts. Pretty sharp final time, too, for this level.
And really some different tactics for him than what we've seen from him lately. And I think this was a smart move by Isaac Castillo because the pace was not that quick, at least as it looked on paper, because neither part of that entry ended up showing any early interest in going after the lead. So it was Cup who ended up being your pace setter. Thundarian sitting much, much closer than he has in some of his past races. And it paid off because the pace was not that quick to materialize. And he was right there to take full advantage and end up pulling away a little bit from this field as well.
Cup quick early, weakens late here, and looks like he just hangs on for third. Your winner, Thundarian, though, with a victory at 4-1 to start off this late pick 4. David Jacobson owns and trains and gets his first win here on this surface as we get a minor upset. And what was a pretty evenly matched field.
Yeah, Better's really going all over the place in here because, again, that favorite did scratch and prove right. So fair price, and probably a lot of people ended up spreading in this race going forward.
So it's Thundarian with Isaac Castillo for David Jacobson with the win to start off this late pick 4, 4-1 odds, 6-4, 3-7 here in race 6 on our Sunday card. Belmont at the Big A. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We'll talk more 2-year-olds when we return. Timberlake punching his ticket to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile for Brack Hawks with that victory in the Champagne. And just FYI, now undefeated 2 for 2 for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. Moving on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bats. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bats.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Late pick 4 begins in race 6 with Thunderian Isaac Castillo for David Jacobson coming from off the pace for the win.
Highest priced winner of the day? I think so, right? 4-1. We've had a pretty formful start to how this card has gone so far, so this ends up being one of your higher priced winners that we've seen so far. And Thunderian sat a little bit closer to the pace today as there wasn't really much of it going on, and that I think really made a difference for how well he was able to perform in this spot. And you saw Alternate Reality sit a little bit closer as well, able to get second.
Yes, 7-2 had been our previous biggest price, so 4-1 here, Thunderian. Good call with the victory. Maybe some bigger prices to come.
Maybe not in the next race.
No, probably not with the 2-horse field. $10.40 for the victory. Thunderian 6, 4, 3, 7. Here in race number 6, third win, 15 tries from that 3-year-old son of Distorted Humor, and here we go. So this race meant for the grass. Grade 3 Noble Damsel taken off the turf today, and we are left with a rare match race, which does offer some intrigue just because we don't get to see it very much. So Gerrymander, Sunset Louise, the two that remain in here. And Sunset Louise, she is quick. She wants to be in front. She actually stumbled out of the gate last time out. I will say that she's had a few races without LASIK. She has not run nearly as well, but maybe you can offer an excuse for that race last time out.
I think that's fair, absolutely, because she is a horse that really does want to be forwardly placed, so being taken out of that early position really likely did cost her any sort of opportunity in that spot. And today, there's just one rival, and she's likely going to be in front of her early.
Riders race. A lot of pressure on these two pilots on just a 2-horse field coming up in the 7th race next. Let's talk about these 2-year-olds. As we mentioned, going to break, we'll start with the Frazette and the 2-year-old filly winning your in race. Just FYI, there was a lot of buzz about this filly, and she lived up to the billing, got the win first time out for Belmont, and then handles this off-track. Connections weren't sure how she'd take to it. She took to it just fine.
She did, and Junior really kept her out in the clear through the early part of this race, really keeping her away from the kind of kickback as we saw such a sloppy track yesterday, but she was still able to come with a nice run and surpass some shorter priced horses, ended up going off at a very, very generous price for her. I think it was 9-2 when all was said and done, and she's able to put this field away pretty convincingly as well. Hopefully she does end up going on to the Breeders' Cup, because I think that she's pretty talented moving forward.
Yeah, you would think probably going to need to get it. She has every right to do so, but continue to progress and get better if she's going to be a contender on Breeders' Cup Day. But Sue, maybe going to get a lot better. We still don't know if she'd love this track, and maybe she moves forward again when she gets a fast surface, which she's likely going to get come Breeders' Cup Day. But the longer seems like the better for her with her pedigree.
Yeah, absolutely. She definitely handled the stretch out without an incident in there, and should continue to move forwards, of course, by Justify, who's becoming quite a sire so far.
Homebred, which has to mean so much more even, too, for owner George Krikorian. Bred this one, owns her as well, gets a Grade 1 win. And now she's 2 for 2, and she's headed to the Breeders' Cup with this performance. So congratulations to those connections who wound up putting together back-to-back Grade 1 wins.
No silks change needed prior to this race. Junior Alvarado winning with Warlike Goddess and then going on to take this race with her. So, yeah, it's just an exciting day for them and for Belmont overall, and we'll see how she ends up running moving forward.
Take a look at the Saturday that Junior Alvarado had. So, yeah, we talked about those back-to-back Grade 1 wins. Warlike Goddess, the race preceding this, beating the boys again in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic. And she is going to tackle the boys if she does go to the Breeders' Cup. She wants that 1.5 miles. Bill Mott says she is definitely a 1.5 mile mare.
It's interesting that he's already decided and put that out there for her, that she will be trying to take that repeat performance, because she did this last year, right? She won the Joe Hurst Turf Classic, then went on to the Breeders' Cup Turf, finished third that day behind Rebels Romance, and so we'll see if she can get a better placing this year.
Look forward to that. Hopefully she shows up. She'd add obviously extra intrigue to that race. Meanwhile, the boys turn winning you're in the Grade 1 Champagne for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And so much attention on fierceness. And look, a horse was sensational first time out. He went off at 2-5 in here, had a compromised beginning, and that was sort of it for him. Timberlake winds up winning here.
And Timberlake is a horse that was coming off a bit of a trip as well in that Grade 1 hopeful at Saratoga, because he was close up to a pace that fell apart. He had a little bit of traffic to deal with and get through, and this was such a nice rebound performance from him. Fierceness, not his day. He did have that trouble at the start, but just really not handling things in the stretch and really fading out of there. So we'll expect a better performance and rebound from him next time out. But Timberlake looks like he could be the goods moving forwards, and he's going to be one of those short price favorites going into the Breeders' Cup.
And took the blinkers off, and just the fact he was so ranked last time out in the hopeful, able to relax. Doesn't always get out of the gate that quick, but he is able to find position. And yeah, 93 buyer speed figure in the victory. A horse that's now obviously put the hopeful behind him, but has continued to move forward off his wins.
Yeah, his maiden win was very impressive. You can make those excuses for him in the hopeful, and this was just another really exciting performance from him. And how about General Partner with the fractions that he put up early, able to hang on for second? That was an impressive race from him as well. So if they were thinking about the Breeders' Cup, I wouldn't be deterred based on running second.
JK's brought Sexy back to our program. JK, what do you think about Timberlake?
Look, I thought he was impressive, right? I mean, the figure didn't come back as fast as you'd like to see with a horse who's going to take some serious money, I would imagine, in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. But I will say this about Timberlake is leading into the hopeful. This is a horse I singled on everything that day. I loved in that spot. Didn't run particularly well with some, with some adversity, I would say. But he came back and he kind of proved that the horse that I kind of thought he was, that a lot of people thought he was, he is that horse. The biggest situation is that it was earned over a sloppy racetrack, which is you always want to kind of question a little bit. But he did beat a good horse in General Partner. The issue is that the figure is just a little bit light. If Timberlake goes out to California and beats a Prince of Monaco, beats a Locked, I'm not going to be overly shocked. It's the problem is that those two horses have shown on a couple of occasions to be pretty impressive. And Locked, who to me, I agree with Sarah, his performance, Wolf, you got to check that out, that he ran at Keeneland. Wide on the first turn, middle move, then wide on the second turn, still kept coming, and I thought was very impressive. So, look, these 2-year-old boys, they're all pretty darn talented. We've seen a lot of them. We saw from Muth. It sounds like that's how Frank Mirmati's going to help us pronounce it. Prince of Monaco, Timberlake, Locked. It's going to be one heck of a race out there in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Yeah, with Muth stretching out, he's going to be basically on his home turf. There's 4 or 5, and look, who knows? Someone else could step up and improve, but there's quite a few to make a case for. It looks like a very intriguing Breeders' Cup Juvenile 2-year-old. Prep winners, take a look at this list. Yeah, that was an American Pharaoh win on the stretch out for Muth the other day. Locked impressive, as we talked about. Candied in that Juvenile Filly division, very good.
Did you see that one?
I got some work to do this weekend.
Must-see TV.
So we look forward to it. It's going to be a tremendous weekend. Those two punching their ticket to the Breeders' Cup on our program just the other day. We still have more stakes action ahead. We have a match race next. So Gerrymander and Sunset Louise, neither of these two are going to get far away from each other, because Gerrymander, too, has the ability to be forward and stay close. And has the inside post as well.
Absolutely. I mean, tactically speaking, they are not going to just let Sunset Louise run away from them. I think that she might be naturally a little bit faster early, especially with Kendrick Carmouche from the outside. But it'll be very, very interesting to see how things play out.
Ridiculous that she is 1-9 right now Sunset Louise 7-2 in a 2-horse field coming up. Gerrymander, it's been a while since she has won. Can she get back in the winner's circle with just one rival? We'll be back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne Stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Near unstoppable as a juvenile, Wonder Wheel won on debut. Then took the Debutante Stakes by a dominant 6 3/4 lengths. Second in the Grade 1 Spinaway, the daughter of Into Mischief secured the Eclipse Award as champion 2-year-old filly with a win in the Grade 1 Alcibiades and a 3-length triumph in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, defeating 3 other Grade 1 winners. Wonder Wheel earned over $1.5 million for owner DJ Stable and trainer Mark Cassie. Wonder Wheel is out of Wonder Gal, a stakes winner that was 3rd in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. She comes from the family of Grade 1 winners Force the Pass and Perfect Drift. Eclipse champion and Breeders' Cup winner Wonder Wheel, selling this November with TaylorMade Agent.
Got run, and here she comes now, and she has yet to be set down, and she is looking strong. Here comes Uni to the front, and it's gonna be a matter of how far from here. Uni and Joel Rosario are gonna run up the score, and the Noble Damsel, oh, she was good today. Uni just rolls home in hand.
She was so much fun to watch, one of several winners in this race. In the Noble Damsel for Chad Brown, she'd go on to do much bigger and better things as well.
Absolutely. A year later, taking that Breeders' Cup Mile, just a very talented race mare, super consistent as well, whatever type of race he ended up putting her in, earner of $2.6 million throughout her career. And just that margin of victory as well. She was much, much the best.
One of 5 victories in the Noble Damsel for trainer Chad Brown, and a chance to collect another, and only has one rival to try and beat with this race coming off the turf. In this year's edition, unfortunately, has decimated this field, but we'll see a rare match race here on this NYRA circuit and see if that man can add number 6 in this race with Gerrymander from the inside post. Jose Ortiz will ride. She is 1-9 on the board right now, but probably not deserving to be 1-9.
I think that's a little bit short. I'd say that Chad Brown's chances of taking another rendition of this race are probably in his favor, but still, 1-9, a little bit too much.
0 for her last 7. Her last win, it came in the Mother Goose. That was back when she was a 3-year-old, June of last year. Back with us, Richard Migliori. Let's head downstairs.
Yeah, guys, I'm back with you, and we've got this essentially match race now, starting with the 1 Gerrymander. Listen, she's well turned out. She looks terrific. It's a Chad Brown trainee. You wouldn't expect anything less. And she's just, I think, not quite naturally as fast as the 9 Sunset Louise, but of course, in a situation like this, you've got to come out running and put pressure on your rival. And basically, it's not like, well, I'm going to raid. I don't want to worry about someone else picking me up. You don't have to worry about anybody else. There's one horse to key on, and you can go back to the history of match races, back to Swaps and Nashua, where Nashua was not as fast as Swaps, but Eddie Arcaro wound him up, bounced him out to the lead, and put Swaps in that chase mode. Now, I spoke with Bruce Levine, the trainer of Sunset Louise, said, we're going. You know, there's no secret about what we're going to do, and he's going to have to work very hard to stay with us. It basically becomes a battle of wills and who's going to be able to have more stamina and get it done. Sunset Louise, again, I think has more natural speed, and she is 5 for 10, so she has a winning habit, as opposed to Gerrymander, who is, you know, 3 for 13, 4 seconds, 2/3. No false illusions that Gerrymander is going to be anything but tough to beat here. But I think Sunset Louise, for this particular situation, if I could pick one of the 2 to ride, is the one I'd want to ride.
Could be a bit of a difficult situation, too, for these riders, because you just don't get to do this very often. You're not in this scenario where you just have one rival. So it really does become a bit of a rider's race in this spot. So Sunset Louise, it sounds like connections, absolutely, they are going to go and try and put the heat on Gerrymander.
And I think it bodes well that she is drawn to the outside of Gerrymander, right? Because she will have that advantageous outside post, gets a little bit more room to make those decisions about how aggressive they want to be early. And Gerrymander is going to have to either contend with that early speed to get position or drop back and try to switch to the outside. So it'll be very interesting to see how this race ends up playing out in the very early stages. But I agree with Richie, and apparently the connections do as well. Sunset Louise, just a little bit quicker naturally than Gerrymander out of the gate.
And, you know, no illusions here. Gerrymander has faced a lot better company. She just does not win a lot, but maybe because of who she's been facing. Let's go back to Mig.
Guys, I'm here with Jose Ortiz, Kendrick Carmouche. Guys, it's an unusual circumstance. Very rarely do you have what comes out to be a match race. Tactics. Seems like your horse might be a little quicker. What's the plan going in, Jose?
I can't tell you in front of Kendrick.
Well, I like that. That's true. Kendrick, I think you know what your tactics are.
I'm thinking about it, you know. We got to see when we leave there, you know. Jose got some tricks up his sleeves, you know.
Well, best of luck to both of you. Guys, I know what's going to happen. Let's expect fireworks.
Nobody wanting to give anything away. We know what's going to happen here. Kendrick always, when he has a horse with speed, he goes. And that's the plan with Sunset Louise. But Jose Ortiz, race like this, you got to stay close no matter what. We're going to see them very close to each other throughout this race.
Absolutely. He knows that he cannot let a horse that does have that natural speed get too far out in front of him, because he knows, too, that Gerrymander is not the winningest type of horse. She might not want to come and pass other horses. So if he gives her way too much work to do, it's just going to make his job that much harder with her to go by a horse that's probably not really going to be coming back to him.
Find out. I mean, obviously, there's no question Gerrymander's faced the better company by a mile. Is there the possibility she just has the ability to get in front of Sunset Louise early on?
I think if they really wanted to go that route and push her to be so aggressive and in front of that other horse, then you're possibly risking ending up in a pace battle, and she might not end up being the victor overall. It'll be interesting to see how they want to position her, and if they do want to try that route, because I don't think that that would be in their best interest. At the same time, even though she's been facing tough horses, she hasn't really always come up with the most consistent performances either.
Probably more thought going into this race for these riders than more than any in a long time. It's a strange scenario with just one rival. Here's Jose Ortiz. He'll be on Gerrymander from the rail.
She is coming off a second-place finish to Nostalgic, who we saw run earlier today in that Beldame. Will she be able to get enough position early?
And we know this filly and Kendrick Carmouche want the front. Can she get it? We'll find out. She's a 5-time winner. 4 of those wins, though, for Sunset Louise coming on a wet track.
Absolutely. And while this is a track that's labeled fast and has dried out, we did have significant amount of rain over the weekend, so probably not the driest surface she's ever been on. And if she breaks quickly, we know what the game plan is going to be with her.
And one of the bigger concerns for her, too, again, 3 starts where she has not had LASIK. She'll not have it today. She just has not been the same filly at all. So can she overcome that this afternoon here in this 2-horse field coming up, and the Noble Damsel taking off the turf? You can play this race, all the action, all meet long and beyond with Naira Bets. That promo code for new members, match200. Punch that in at sign up right there at nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. JK, we got a match race coming up. What do you think?
I mean, look, Gerrymander feels like the better horse. And if you look at the pace figures, they kind of go back and forth. Sometimes Sunset Louise has had some paces that are a little bit faster. Sometimes Gerrymander has some races that are a little bit faster. I'm going to say this. Gerrymander ran in the Mother Goose, the Alabama, the Distaff, the Ruffian. To me, that just says a little bit more about the talent that Chad Brown thought this horse has or thinks this horse has. A little bit more battle tested, a little bit more class. I don't love the price at 1-4, but this isn't really a race you're trying to bet to win, in my opinion anyways. I think you're probably trying to bet a multi-race bet, so I don't have a problem telling you I don't think the win pool is the best pool to participate in here. I think we're just trying to pick the winner of a 2-horse race, and for me, I'm going to go with the horse that's a little bit classier in Gerrymander. The other thing I'll say about Gerrymander is the way that Chad Brown trains his horses in the morning. Often they're in company. They don't pass each other. They're kind of learned to listen to their riders. They're taught to listen to their riders' cues, and that's exactly what Gerrymander is going to have to do in this situation, is listen to Jose Ortiz on a number of occasions throughout this race. And so because of all of those reasons in this match race, I will go with the 1. I understand that the price isn't ideal, but I think we're just picking a winner here.
It's amazing. You got to beat one rival in this spot. It's still difficult, even with a 1-5 favorite, to try and determine who's going to win this thing. You know, you look at Sunset Louise, we talk about all the good horses Gerrymander's faced. As you look at her, Sunset Louise has a pretty nice win over Sacred Wish a few starts back.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the best race in terms of buyer speed figures that we've ever seen from Sunset Louise. That 3 starts ago, a 91, able to defeat a horse that came back, finished second to Wet Paint in that Coaching Club American Oaks, and then switched to the turf, won the Winter Memories. So it's not as though she's been keeping horrible company throughout her career. She just hasn't been in the same diet of graded stakes races that we've seen Gerrymander in over time. But I mean, at the same time, Gerrymander's a horse that she has that Mother Goose win. She was such a good 2-year-old, finishing second in just her 3rd start in the Frisette to Echo Zulu, and then winning the Tempted. She won that Mother Goose. I think we all sort of expected more from her, probably connections included, and she's consistent, but she's not a consistent winner.
Well, let's go back to Mig. Mig, you were in this position in your career. How often, and what did you learn from it?
Well, interestingly enough, on Thoroughbreds, the closest I came to this situation was a 3-horse field in Saratoga, and the 3rd horse in that trio was just so overmatched. It essentially was a match race, and me and my good friend Jean-Luc Samin went at it hammer and tongue. I rode a horse for Rick Violet, wound up getting the lead over him. He actually got a neck on me at the 8th pole, and my horse fought back and ultimately won it. Did ride quarter horse match races as a kid, but that's just a completely different scenario where you're going all out regardless. There's no idea about rating. I think Sunset Louise has more natural speed than Gerrymander. But Jose Ortiz is a very smart rider, and he knows that he's got to come out running and at least make Kendrick use Sunset Louise. If he's going to outrun you, make him work for it. You can't hand it to him and expect to reel him in, even if you feel like your horse is just a better horse. Whoever's going to make the lead here is going to have a tactical advantage, and maybe Sunset Louise won't be good enough, but if she's going to win, it's going to be getting to the front and controlling things. And then once you're in front, now you've got to make things difficult. You know, you want to throw some dirt in her face. You want to meander, if you will. You want to wander down the backstretch. If he gets to your outside, you're going to float him out. If he wants to stay down the inside, you've got to guard the fence. I mean, it's with a two-horse field, you're acutely aware of where your rival is, and it's a rider's job to make their foes as uncomfortable as possible within the boundaries of the rules.
In terms of these two guys, Mig, trying to play some gamesmanship and maybe make some moves you wouldn't ordinarily see in a race, could we see that happen?
Oh, you absolutely can see that. Maybe if Sunset Louise makes the lead and Jose looks up and says, okay, she's going a little too comfortable, he could really go to engage much earlier than you normally would when you'd have to worry about, you know, setting it up for another horse. So if, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sunset Louise be in front, but by the time they get to the end of the backstretch, Gerrymander taking it to her, and the race will be on.
Yeah, we've seen Gerrymander too in the past, Meg, and look, we know Sunset Louise, her game is to get to the front, but Gerrymander has shown sprint speed in graded stakes companies. Is there a chance he's maybe just better and faster?
Well, I think there's certainly the chance that happens, but you got to come out with that intention. And, you know, Kendrick, and I'm sure Kendrick understands this maybe better than any rider in the room right now, because coming out of Louisiana, having a chance to ride match races as a kid, he's, you know, understanding of the fact that speed is always tough in these situations. He's going to come out running. If Gerrymander's just faster, well, then that's how it's going to be 1-2 around the racetrack.
Here we go, a rare match race on this NYRA circuit. Noble Damsel taken off the turf, and just two rivals remain. There's Kendrick Carmouche on the speedy Sunset Louise when she's been successful. Certainly most recently, she's done it on the front end. Gerrymander, she too has had a gate-to-wire win in her career, and she has not run down a lot of horses late, even though she's faced some really good ones.
Who've you got?
It's tough to go against Gerrymander in this spot. Here we go. Noble Damsel. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
Sunset Louise and Gerrymander both in. And we are set for this off-the-turf Noble Damsel. And both fillies broke well. Sunset Louise on the outside and Gerrymander on the inside. And Sunset Louise has a head in front with a Gerrymander a very close second as they race up the chute. So it is Sunset Louise narrowly. Gerrymander now a half length off. Sunset Louise and Kendrick Carmouche with the lead here now by a half length. Gerrymander and Jose Ortiz keeping close company to Sunset Louise, and now Gerrymander moves up on the inside and takes a narrow lead. So it's Gerrymander in front by a half length, 3/4 of a length. Sunset Louise running in second. The opening quarter was 22 2/5 seconds. And these 4-year-old fillies are 1 length apart now as Gerrymander takes the lead here by a length. Sunset Louise is in second. It is Gerrymander who has the lead. Gerrymander in front, midway on the far turn. The half mile was 44 4/5 seconds. So they're going quite a clip here, and Gerrymander now opens up. Gerrymander has opened up a 4-length lead. Sunset Louise is running in second, and there's a 1/4 mile to the finish. Gerrymander ran 3/4 in 1:10, and she has opened a big lead. It is Gerrymander in front by 10 lengths, and it's going to be more here as she passes the 8th pole. Gerrymander and Jose Ortiz about to win the off-the-turf Noble Damsel Stakes. Gerrymander, much the best, won by a pole. Gerrymander and Jose Ortiz. Sunset Louise. Kendrick Carmouche was second.
Gerrymander only had one rival to beat. She returns to the winner's circle for the first time since her Mother Goose win June of last year.
Yes, had ideal circumstances under which to do so, get back to that winner's circle, and she ended up proving just much the best over her main rival, who, even though she was in front of her early, Jose Ortiz, he made a decisive move early on in this race to take things over, and it was over from there.
Just proved her class. Better than Sunset Louise in this spot, and proves it here with an easy victory. Wins for the 4th time in her career. Chad Brown, Klarovich, Jose Ortiz, and first win in a while for you. A filly that from the outset, they felt this one, and second start of her career, second to the great champion, Echo Zulu. They thought she had so much ability. It just hasn't panned out. Very good horse, just it hasn't become what they thought she might.
Exactly. It's in there somewhere. We've seen it in moments like the Mother Goose, or in certain races where she would have those higher numbers and close-up finishes. And today, of course, easy company with only one other rival in this race and able to take over early on tactically. But a horse that always had those expectations, and just nice to see her get another win. It'll be interesting to see where she goes from here, because we don't see this kind of performance against a full field of stakes quality horses that often from her.
1-4 Gerrymander in a match race. Much the best over Sunset Louise in this Noble Damsel taken off the turf. Prices when we come back, and we'll set the stage for the Matron at 6 furlongs main track now.
Consistently versatile, with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churl Spite running on. Mason in front. Churl Spite on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Prince of Monaco's too good. An impressive winner of the best pal.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with
Big
5.
race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
Again, I'd have to point towards the success, which has been great, but also the communication and having firsthand access to all levels, the trainer, the barn, get to go see your horses. It's been great.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back on America's Day at the races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. Match race. And it goes to Gerrymander. First time back in the winner's circle for some time, going back to June of last year. Let's go downstairs to Mick.
Thanks, Greg. And you're here with Jose Ortiz. And Jose, your filly was always going so much easier than the other filly, and it looked at one point though down the backside, you maybe were thinking about easing back to get to his outside, but then you said, nah, I'm going too easy, I better leave her here.
I knew Kendrick wasn't gonna let me go outside of him, so I decided just to kind of give it a breather in middle of the back stretch, and when we approaching the turn, I just let her get the spot again. And when we approached the 3-8 pole, I figured Kendrick run out of horse. I knew I want to go fast because my filly have win a 1:16 miles also, so that was a advantage for me. The other filly is okay, but she won some main track only races, and she's a New York bred. So, I mean, it was a match race. We both broke good. My filly was much the best. Nothing to say.
And the second fraction, the half in 44 and change, were you aware that you were going that fast? Because she looked comfortable doing it.
Not really. I think the track is fast because it didn't feel like we went 44 at all. But before we approached the turn, she cleared the other horse a little bit, put the ears up. I say, man, she's happy, she's comfortable, so just kind of wait as long as we can. And I took a peek, and she opened up like 3 or 4. I say, yeah, it's over now.
Yeah, and it was a tour de force. Is this the first time you've ever ridden in a match race?
No, maybe second one.
Okay.
Maybe second one, but the first time I win. Last time I got beat.
Well, you didn't give me much information before the race, but maybe you learned something.
Yeah, Manny, I think with Manny. Manny definitely beat me last time in the match race, but today, got the win today.
Congratulations, well done. Guys, it's nice. You only got one other rival, and you're on a fast horse, and you got a race pretty much put to bed by the half-mile pole.
Yeah, good spot to be in. Jose Ortiz there with Gerrymander. All eyes on you, though. Nowhere to hide in a match race. A rarity. And maybe this will wake Gerrymander up a little bit.
Maybe. I mean, perhaps it's a little bit of a confidence booster for her to win by that much and so easily. And perhaps next time we see a little bit of a better performance from her. But a horse that just generally has those good races to go back to. We just don't always see her get the win, but much the best today.
We move on, race 8, another race that was meant for the grass, comes off. We're off the turf all day today. Grade 3 Matron, now main track for 2-year-old fillies. And with the surface switch, quite a few come out. Sugar High for Belmont. So impressive. First time out Saratoga this summer, and then went to the Grade 1 Spinaway. Probably going to be your favorite by post time.
I'd agree. She's favored in doubles right now, and she's a horse that had that very nice maiden breaking score, very professional on debut at Saratoga. Couldn't blame them for giving it a try in that Grade 1 stakes. Didn't work out that day. Now she's getting a little bit of class relief, cuts back in distance. She just makes a lot of sense in here.
All right, that is coming up next. Sarah and Maggie Wolfendale stepping on the set. They're going to take you the rest of the way. I'm going to step out. Quick timeout. Coverage continues on FS2 right after this. They'll be talking about this performance as well from yesterday. Beating the boys again. 6-year-old mare Warlike Goddess back to her best, equaling her career best speed figure in another Grade 1 win.
Introducing a Stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
The morning of the 149th Kentucky Derby started out with great disappointment for Hillendale owner John Secura.
The favorite is out. Announced this morning, Forte will not compete in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, I was pouting when the Derby was run. I had a great box, and I was going to the races, and Forte was scratched, and my children were going, we're in the sort of throes of the breeding season. I said, I just watch it at home.
They're in the gates.
And not that I didn't think Mage had a chance to win. I thought he did.
Entering the backstretch run, Mage's 15th.
The drive to Churchill is an easy one when you win. It's a long one when you get beat.
But there's one furlong to go. Two Phil's fights on, but Mage has taken the lead.
Was jumping up and down.
Time is running out to catch Mage.
There was nobody here to see my antics.
Mage digs down deep, urged onto the wire to win the Derby.
I just enjoyed and drank in the moment of that achievement, and then the next day we went to the barn and celebrated, and Barbara Banke came over and felt a deep personal and equine connection. She's been such a great partner. We've had great luck together, and we enjoyed the moment of seeing Good Magic bask in the glory of the afterglow winning the Derby, and Curlin was right next to him. It was almost like he looked over and said, "Good job, son, you've got a long way to go, but keep it going." Similarity I see when I see them next to each other is today's legacy and the future legacy.
Curlin and Good Magic, arguably sport's most formidable father and son team.
That's really a separating point on most sires. When you can sire Grade 1 winners and horses that compete at the highest level of racing, that's what breeders are really looking for. It's very hard to do. That genetic switch is either on or off, and when it's on at the highest level, like Curlin and now Good Magic, it's really the epitome of what you could expect from a stallion.
Thanks for tuning in to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are proudly brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. As I am now up on set, ta-da, Maggie Wolfendale here with Sarah El-Badwi to take you through the last hour. And Sarah, we still have some stakes action to come, unfortunately off the turf today, but the Matron coming up next.
And this race held together a little bit more than the race that we saw previously with only 2 runners in there. This is one that has some horses with dirt experience, those 2-year-olds that have tried this surface and won over before. So it's more of a competitive event going forwards into these last 2 events.
Yeah, actually, we saw a really good looking horse win the Futurity and Bookham Dano running 109.2 for a 2-year-old. I was really impressed with that final time. But we were on the turf for at least 2 stakes yesterday before the deluge that we are so used to seeing around here in New York. And luckily, the rescheduled Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic, well, we would see a repeat winner. Sarah, I don't know about you, but I became a little bit nervous that the long shot leader was going to pull off the big upset.
And on a course with so much given it, these were the right kind of tactics, right?
Yeah.
To go to the front, and a horse that had been in against some tough company before. He got very comfortable on the front end, and only 2 horses in Warlike Goddess and Soldier Rising able to get past him. And now this is a Grade 1 placed horse that was 90-1, but Warlike Goddess repeating in this race, ultra impressive and really able to pull away significantly from this field. And she's one that in some of her previous races, she'd been taken far off the pace, just getting up by the slimmest of margins. Not the case in this effort. A little bit closer and able to draw away very convincingly.
Yeah, so I would have to settle for 3rd, but Warlike Goddess, her connections, and Hall of Famer Bill Mott just saying that the 1.5 miles is just her ideal trip. And so they're not even going to necessarily look at the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare turf. It's straight on to the boys going that 1.5 mile distance.
And certainly didn't disgrace herself when finishing 3rd in that race last year behind Rebel's Romance. You know that she can at least compete at that level. We'll see who ends up coming over from Europe to contest that race, but you know that that's where she belongs. She's run some numbers that fit in that group, and you know that she certainly likes the distance.
And Sarah, I was really impressed with with Junior Alvarado getting aboard her for the first time and how well they get along, because as her trainer Bill Mott was saying, she can be a little bit finicky and she doesn't like too much movement on her back, and I thought he rode her perfectly. And Sarah, we're taking a look at two-time Joe Hurst Turf winners in here, and do you notice anything interesting about pedigrees when looking at the last 3 dual winners?
A whole lot of English
channel going on around here. Yes, English Channel, 2-time winner himself, and of course his son and daughter, 2-time winners too. Just, I think, one of the most underrated sires of our generation.
Absolutely, because we don't breed for turf, right? Here we kind of end up with turf horses. We don't necessarily seek them out in terms of those matings being planned, but of course an incredible sire, and just the success that he has with 2 of his offspring able to repeat that record that he has in this race. Very cool.
Yeah, really is. But that wasn't all that we saw here yesterday, as we saw some pretty nice 2-year-old races as well. And we saw the Grade 1 Champagne going to Timberlake. Can't believe he paid $11.80. You know, Fierceness was a heavy favorite, and he was a no-show, didn't get away that well. But we saw Timberlake and General Partner really put on a show.
Yeah, and the fractions that General Partner was able to run, and still able to run second in that race. And of course, you're dealing with a sloppy track, so you know the times might have been a little bit faster than we would have normally seen. But really impressive performances from both of those 2. And I think for General Partner, if you were considering the Breeders' Cup, you should still go.
I think so. I think he really actually took a step forward again. Well, we're still left with a fairly full field here for this off-the-turf Matron, and of course the filly that was very impressive early on in the Saratoga meet at her first start is your current second choice at 2-1 in Sugar High. They can't get enough of Jody's Pride, the New York bred, who I think romped against a overmatched field first time out, as we'll check in with Richie as he's standing by with a Paddock report.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And we'll start with the 3 Sugar High, who was impressive breaking her maiden, stepped up into Grade 1 company last time, and kind of got caught in a tough position where she was inside and felt obligated to hold position, and she was, you know, part of a fast pace going 7 furlongs. I think today with the presence of Leslie's Loot inside of her, who is one-dimensional speed, use her as a pacemaker, if you will, as a target, and just make sure that you kind of come out off the inside a little bit, secure your position. Junior Alvarado really riding well. His confidence level is super high and has the mount here on Sugar High for his main client in Bill Mott, and what a nice position to be in. And one thing I look for, Maggie, as you do as well, horses that are making their second and third starts, how did those starts affect them? Did it rattle them? Did it make them nervous? You know, mentally, how are they handling the stress put on them for racing? And she could not look any more relaxed, any more professional. She's just checking all the boxes, making all the right impressions here. The 4 Tricky Temper, daughter of Into Mischief, broke better in her second start and wound up attending the pace. Maybe she's better settling a little bit more, but boy, talk about a sire, Into Mischief, that really stamps his offspring. You wouldn't even need to look at a program to be able to pick out an Into Mischief in the paddock. It's kind of a set or stock example of the horses he throws, thick, solid, good-boned horses, very well balanced. And another one, just handling herself properly here in the paddock. The 7 Jody's Pride, impressive on debut. Yes, it was an off the turf for going 5.5, but I like what I'm seeing from her too. Very well turned out, handling that one start very well. And the 9 Devil at Midnight, had to go to Finger Lakes to break her maiden, had shown speed in all of her starts. She's well drawn outside the other speeds. She looks really good. I love the weight she's carrying. Her coat's turned a little bit, but she is stabled up in Saratoga. And of course, the nights up north are going to get a little bit cooler, a little bit sooner. And horses' coats will start to come in just a little bit earlier than others. But it doesn't dissuade me. I think she actually just makes a really nice impression. She's going to have to improve, but I like her from a physical perspective.
All right, Meg, 12-1 shot for Melanie Giddings as Sean Bergman aboard as well. 3-4 on the New York bred in her second start. That's Jody's pride. We'll see if she can go back-to-back here on the dirt for Jorge Abreu. Flavien Prat will ride. Coming up next, it's the Matron.
Disarm takes the mat win.
Antina, they win the Bet Park Pennsylvania Derbies.
Wicked Halo, who wins the Raven Run Stakes. Nobody catching Society.
Ring, one. Cybernite has won the national overtable and Ghana in the forego.
Echo Zulu wins the Next-Gen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Abilities.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fayetteville are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fayetteville is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Welcome back to the program here on Fox Sports 2. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Riders up in the paddock for race 8. It is the off-the-turf Matron in here, but we do see several horses still staying in here and several with some proven dirt form, Sarah.
Absolutely, and these are horses that are just starting out their careers, so maybe there were some intentions to switch surfaces for some of them, but I'm sure just as all of us are and are handicapping, a lot of these connections are keeping an eye on the weather as well, maybe intended for this to come off.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Joel Rosario will ride the 9 in here. That was a late change as Leslie's Loot kicks off the post parade. And then your second choice, Sugar High. See if she can get back to her debut.
Dropping from that grade 1 spin away where she was up close and on the muscle and pace early and just faded out of there. So she gets some class relief.
Tricky Temper. She showed a little bit of speed for Jeremiah Engelhart, but faded in the Seeking the Ante.
And that was against a good horse in Caldwell Loves Gold. And we'll see if she can face some open company in here.
Here's the Minnesota bred. That's Primera Vista.
At least one that has passed horses and overcame some trouble last time out in that state-bred stakes race at Canterbury.
Jody's at Pride, your current 3-4 favorite. Flavien Prat aboard again.
And won by open lengths last time, but that was an off-the-turf race. This is tougher company.
And there is Joelle Rosario aboard Devil at Midnight.
She did have some trouble at the break last time out. We'll see if she can transfer that Finger Lakes form.
A horse after my own heart. Love to eat.
Right, and this one actually had a very solid dirt debut, finishing 3rd, passing a couple horses at Ellis, but then really regressed second time on that surface.
Sarah, I'm really encouraged by what we heard from Meg with regards to Sugar High, because last time, while she wasn't expending too much energy in the spin away, she was just very forward, very engaged, and obviously her hand was forced a little bit, or Junior Alvarado's was, from that inside post position to kind of gun it, and unfortunately she just got embroiled in a hot pace. You're checking out her debut here where she was able to stalk from the outside.
And it's nice to know that she is capable of doing doing that and still being successful, that she can sit just off another horse, because that's kind of the position that you and I would both like her to be in here today. And she drew off very convincingly in here. This was a very professional debut win, and it earned a nice number. She got an 80 Beyer speed figure for that victory. This just seems like a spot that's much more suited to her. She's had a little bit of time since that spin away to regroup, and this just seems like a place where she will likely be able to sit just off the pace.
You know, I would have been really intrigued with her too, getting on the turf, because she has plenty of turf pedigree, daughter of Twirling Candy, many graded stakes winning horses in the female family, and two, she's such a good mover that usually translates well to the turf. But we need to check in with Jonathan Kinchin. JK, are you surprised with the 2-1 on Sugar High versus the 4-5 on Jody's Pride?
Yeah, that's a little bit crazy to me. I mean, even earlier in the show, you heard Andy Serling when I gave this horse out as my best bet. He thought that Sugar High would be odds on. And you know how Andy does that math thing in his head when he starts multiplying the parlay. The parlay is 7, 14, 27. When he does that, so I'm trusting that his idea for what this horse was going to be math-wise. So look, I think you're getting some value here on Sugar High. I think the reason I like Sugar High so much is leading into the spin-away. I think we all kind of agreed that Ways and Means had the best maiden performance for a filly at Saratoga. The second horse was, I think, maybe Sugar High. And I think the fact that Sugar High took some money into the teeth of Bright Work and Ways and Means now shows up here facing a handful of turf horses and some kind of dirt horses that aren't overly inspiring. I think she's sitting on a big performance here. And if I can get 9-5, I'm probably going to stop talking to you and log into my Naira Bets account.
JK, you get mad props for doing an Andy impression without, like, low-key, though, without, like, really doing an Andy impression with doing that multiplication thing that he does, because that was spot on. Well done.
We are all very familiar with exactly what he was talking about.
Like,
I can't do math in my head.
Oh,
I have to write it
man.
down.
You know me. I am not a numbers person. I can't even write it down and get it right. So, but yeah. As Sugar High, Sarah, you and I are just commenting on how well she looked out on the racetrack as we bring Richie back in. Mig, what did you see from these horses in the warm-up?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm going to talk about Leslie's Loot briefly, and I don't like Leslie's Loot to win or anything, but she's going to have a big say in how this race is run because she's very fast from the inside. You know she's going to be rolling along, and I think everybody else is going to be cast into a position to have to, you know, catch her or chase her, if you will. I love Sugar High. She's my top selection. Everything I liked in the paddock was amplified on the racetrack. Loved her galloping off. Now she's down to co-favorite, and I think ultimately will go off favorite here. And I'm not numbers either. I mean, if it wasn't for eighth pole, quarter pole, fractions in times of races, I wouldn't know anything about math whatsoever. The few years I actually went to school, it was my worst subject. But Sugar High checks all the boxes, and I was hoping we'd keep that 9-5 area. That's not the case. And then the 7, Jody's Pride, who is still clinging on to favoritism. Beautiful warm-up on the Flavian Prat. Love the way she galloped off, really got into the bridle. Obviously a talented filly, but I just think they've all got to get through Sugar High to find the winner's circle.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're all in the same sentiment here on this show when it comes to Sugar High. But Sarah, let's talk about some of those long shot players, including number 6 in here, A Primera Vista, who I thought ran sneaky well in her lone dirt try at Canterbury last time.
I saw the same things you did. This is a horse that actually passed other horses, and it looks as though there's plenty of speed signed on in this field. And while she was facing those Minnesota breds, she also really didn't get out of the gate all that well. She recovered and got herself into a good position, stalking the pace setters. The winner was an extremely short price in there, and while she was no threat at all to win that race, she did end up passing horses to the inside, making up some late ground, and I thought that that was a very impressive dirt debut from her, maybe one you want to throw in underneath.
And too, she kind of had to tap on the brakes too at the quarter pole, you know, and eat that dirt, and just showed a lot of versatility. I think, you know, just picking up of what you're saying too. So that's always a feather in one's cap.
Absolutely. And really in this field, I think it bodes well for her that she has that experience going by horses, whereas many of her rivals do not.
Carol Cedeno in for the ride. Love to eat. If she could get back to her first dirt race, she could be competitive here.
Absolutely. I don't really know what happened last time, as she was more forwardly placed, and it really did not work out for her. But closing even a little bit of ground at Ellis Park on most of those days, going those short distances, that was not the ideal position to be in.
All right, they're heading into line for this Grade 3 matron. Betting evening out here. Sugar High, Jody's Pride. Who will get the win? We send it up to Johnny Brial for the call.
Field of 7 going 6 furlongs on the main track. And we're ready to go. And they're off in the matron. And from the outside, it is Devil at Midnight along with a Love to Eat. A Primera Vista is a close-up third. Then Tricky Temper down at the rail running in fourth. Jody's Pride is fifth here in the early going. Then 2.5 lengths to Leslie's Loot. And Sugar High is the trailer in seventh. Devil at Midnight leads here by a half length. Love to Eat on the outside in second. Jody's Pride making a bold move here on the outside and going up the challenge. So it's 3 of them across through a quarter and 22 seconds. Primera Vista is racing in fourth. Tricky Temper down on the inside in fifth. Sugar High begins to pick it up from the back of the pack, and Leslie's Loot is the trailer. Jody's Pride is the leader as they come off the turn and into the stretch. It is Jody's Pride in front. Jody's Pride by 3 lengths now. Now by 4, and opening up here through the stretch. Primera Vista coming on through down at the rail is Tricky Temper, and on the outside is Sugar High. Jody's Pride in front. Tricky Temper running in second. Jody's Pride has won the off-the-turf matron. Tricky Temper was second. And farther back, a Primera Vista finished third. The final time was 1:10.3.
Early money right here, Sarah, as Jody's Pride, much the best, always in a prominent position, of course, by Flavian Pratt, as Jorge Abreu trains this one for Parkland Thoroughbreds. And we'll take a look at the start, because the horse that we thought would be in the front on the front end was not in Leslie's Loot.
No, this was a race that was run a little bit different tactically than we imagined on paper. And I don't really see anything, at least from this angle, to suggest that this horse did not have every opportunity to be involved early and was asked to do so. And when that didn't work out, she just ended up being pretty far behind this field. So out sprinted early. And we saw a little bit of traffic going on for the long shot that you and I were both talking about with Primera Vista and number 4, Tricky Temper, both, I think, with some intent on that same spot, and then Primera Vista having to switch out.
Yeah, and you know, give credit to Tricky Temper too, who stuck to the rail and was able to rally for second at 16-1. What went on with Sugar High? She was really far back early in this race, and that's not anything that we'd seen in her prior 2 starts, and maybe a little bit too relaxed in the paddock, and just never really got herself involved in this race whatsoever. And immediately, you and I both thought she was too far out of it to be competitive. Ends up getting a kind of a disappointing 4th in here. Now this race run a lot slower than the Futurity, a 2.5 seconds to be exact, the 1:10 and nearly 4 in the end. But Jody's Pride, much the best. You know, I have a sneaky suspicion she actually might be a better horse on the turf, given that pedigree. A huge turf pedigree on the bottom, but she is proving that the dirt is A-OK for this New York bred filly by American Pharoah out of Jody's Song, a homebred for Steve Weston and Parkland Thoroughbreds. Well, we'll have more on this race, some prices and reactions when we return. We'll also check in with the riding family that we have here on the circuit, the Davises, Jackie, Katie, Dylan, little Trevor McCarthy too. More on them coming up after this break on America's Day at the Races.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged
perfect day. There is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Well, we just saw the Grade 3 matron go to the New York bred Jody's Pride, who remains undefeated, winning by open lengths yet again on the dirt, which arguably might not be her preferred surface. But we'll check in with Richie now, who is joined by her trainer.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And George, Jody's Pride was entered in a turf race. It came off. She won very impressively. Same situation today in the matron, won impressively again. Why do you feel that she's more turfman, or do you, or just circumstance?
Well, I trained her mom, Jody's song, and she was 2 for 2 on the turf, and this filly breeds pretty well on the turf in Saratoga. You know, unfortunately, it came off the turf, but then she ran great on the dirt.
And what do you think now going forward? Are you still going to be looking for turf with her, or try you stay on the dirt for the time being?
Well, I might stay in the dirt for the time being now, just stretching her out a little more.
I mean, she looks like she does things so easily. She was kind of towing Flavien Prat into the race, and to have that kind of speed and be able to kind of turn it on again, it's very impressive.
You know, in the morning, she's been doing that. She's been sitting off the horses because I want to make sure she relaxes. I don't want her to get too keen. You know, normally when you run short, they want to go right off. I don't like that. So, but she's pretty push button, that filly.
Well, and we've been watching her in the paddock with that one start under her belt. She seems like a very level-headed sort.
Good head on her, good mind. In the morning, she acts the same way in the track, like nothing bothers her, nothing phases her.
How important is that? I'm sure you've had a lot of horses with ability, but they just don't have the same mentality they need to excel at what they do. To have both, the right mind and the physicality.
Well, you know that's a challenge most of the time, because especially with fillies. But this filly seems to be in her right frame of mind.
Well, congratulations. Well done here. Guys, maybe she will be better on turf eventually, but right now it's not broke. Don't fix it.
Rightfully so, and well done by Jorge Abreu in getting her to be just such a precocious type, and very impressive in both of these two starts, as she gets the win as the slight second choice over 16-1 Tricky Temper and 31-1 a Primera Vista. We did see a brief trainer's objection between the 4 and 6, obviously not allowed, as we'll turn the page to the nightcap, Sarah.
one to go. Do you think that we'll actually see a price that's greater than 4-1 today?
Yes.
You do?
I like a little price in here.
Okay, great. Little tease for later.
Taking a little money, but, you know, we'll get to that in a moment. Well, jockey Robbie Davis won over 3,000 career races during his riding career and won such grade ones like the Jockey Club Gold Cup, the Champagne, and the Vosburg. But little did he know that 3 of his 6 children would follow in his footsteps, maybe much to his dismay.
So happy. Take care of this old man. You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married and we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here and Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, well, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice, because knowing that Dad rode, and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about me being racing.
Jackie, you're 99-1. You'll never make it. You're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, you know, it's just a whim she's on. You know, she'll fall off once or twice. And so he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He was like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know. I'm just like, get across there and say, the winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I looked over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we wanted to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know. I'm grateful.
Well, he may have been apprehensive at first, but as we just heard in that piece, Robbie Davis so proud of his 3 riding children. Dylan Davis got his 2nd grade 1 this year. He's got to win one in United States, but we'll give it to him. Getting the grade 1 in the summer in Canada, and Jackie and Katie, and they're just some of the most infectious and joyous people. They make everybody's day brighter.
Absolutely, and we see how competitive they can be amongst each other as well. Everybody wanting to win out there, and just all of them very successful in their own right.
And Mig, I know you had many years riding with Robbie, spent a lot of time in the room with him, but for you as a fellow father, I mean, it's pretty cool to watch his children be so successful on the track too.
I think it's wonderful. I mean, I give Robbie and his wife, Marguerite, a lot of credit. I think it would be very difficult for me to watch my children out there competing. You know, it's a dangerous job, and they handle it so well. And I got to tell you, they're very talented, well-raised, I say kids because I've known them since they were infants, but they're just really talented. Their enthusiasm's infectious. Jackie's carved out a real nice niche for herself. Finger Lakes in the summer, New York, back and forth, you know, in the Irish circuit in the winter. Katie had a breakout summer, and she showed people she's for real. She can ride with anybody, just about opportunity now. And full disclosure, my son Joseph works for Katie as he does her husband, Trevor. And Dylan, really the last 2-3 years, has emerged as a prominent top-class rider, could ride at any level. And yeah, he has those 2 grade ones, might add to that tally up in Woodbine again today. But it's been fun to watch. And the funny thing is, me and Robbie are such good friends now. We did not get along very well when we were riding, but the way I looked at it always, there was a bag of money laying out there at the finish line, and I wanted to get to that bag of money pretty bad, as he did, so sometimes we butted heads, but nothing but respect for Robbie, and love watching his children excel and be so successful.
It's so cool, Mick, that your son, Joey, is involved with their careers as well. So it's just, you know, another generation kind of taking over and being a part of the sport.
Yeah, I mean, all of these kids that used to run around the jockey's room, you know, we got Lane Luzzy now, who's a little bit younger, but all of these kids that were like the, you know, jockey room rugrats, if you will, now carving their own careers out in there. And it's really just a remarkable thing. And I'm privileged to be a witness to it, again, seeing them grow up and develop into the young men and women that they are.
Well, it's all about the future a lot of times, Sarah, and Robbie and Marguerite should be so proud of their kids, as we will see Katie aboard Shazi in here, number 1. Looking for a little bit of an upset too, but tepid favorite right now. And number 2, She's Awesome. I wasn't necessarily anticipating her being the favorite.
No, we'll see if the money is quite as accurate as it was in that last race that we just saw in that Grade 3 Matron. I did not expect this one to be taking all of the early play.
All right, well, She's Awesome will be making a return visit to the Naira circuit for Steve Classer. She finally broke through in start number 10 at 1-5 last time. Has that light bulb gone on? Can she string wins back to back? Stay tuned, we'll have more on the finale here at the Big A.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finished.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My favorite race is the Pilgrim of 1992. I'm going to run Dr. Elfus. That's with Eddie Mabel.
Jim Ryan calls me up the morning of entries and said, listen, I wouldn't mind running a wad in that race. And I'm like, really? And I said, well, let me see what I can do. You know, I remember having lunch with Mr. Drago. He said to me, I'd rather not be in an entry with another horse in a race. And I said, well, Alan, listen, he's still a maiden, you know, trying to get a check, just trying to get a piece of it. I don't think he beats your horse.
And they're off. Dr. Alfouz comes out running and gets directly to the lead.
Dr. Alfouz is just cruising on the lead here with Eddie. At this point, you know, I think I've got a great shot to win it with Dr. Alfouz, but at the same time, Awad's running a big race.
Moving toward the top of the stretch, it's still Dr. Alfouz who turns for home. And his mate Awad is right there. They're 1-2 now as the field turns for home.
I'm thinking, oh crap, if this horse beats this other horse, I might be in trouble. They're dueling with each other. You know, which one's going to win it? I mean, I'm thinking this time, like, holy mackerel, I'm going to be 1-2.
Dr. Alfouz determined at the rail. Awad resolute on the outside, and Awad prevails by a determined head.
Now, I'm supposed to be elated. I'm walking downstairs thinking, I can't believe I just ran 1-2 in a stake, and I might have blown an owner over this. Because Awad was a maiden, nobody came for the race. Jim didn't show up or anyone. That was a turning point in Awad's career, and it went on to be bigger and better things. It was a defining moment in my career, winning the Pilgrim. I think a defining moment for Faye and I, that we could have a stable that could be successful in New York.
Hello, you have reached the house that Awad bought. We're not here right now, so if you leave your name and a number and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
He did so much for us. He did so much for my career. Those horses don't come around very often.
And ironically, we, in about 20 days, will have the Awad Stakes, as it is for the 2-year-olds, mile to 16th on the turf course. But Dave Donk, well represented in here. He'll send out too. And man, if the feature angle doesn't work here, a lot of pressure on Shazi to get the job done. Katie Davis and Dave Donk teaming up.
I know we've doubled up on that feature angle in here, and maybe Dave Donk is glad at least that these two are not coupled as an entry going into this finale.
He will send out Harlan's Bond as well, as she was wired last time by Roman Goddess, as we'll check in with Mig with more on number 1, Shazi, second off that layoff.
I like what I'm seeing from the 1 Shazi. I think she's just very well turned out, looks very fit. You know, Dave is a trainer that tends to race his horses into condition. She has that race under her belt. She won it first asking right here at Aqueduct. She gets the inside. Katie Davis, we had the feature. You know, that's an angle we always kind of lean on, and it seems to happen quite often after we run a feature. The subject of the features have success. And listen, Katie was just second on Tricky Temper in the Matron, had to come through a very tight spot on the fence, got bounced around a bit, but hung in there, no panic to her. I thought she contributed a terrific ride there. And physically, I really like the 1 Shazi, everything she's showing me. The 3-horse Violet Smile also making a really nice impression. Derek Ryan winning the Futurity earlier with Bookham Dano, and just a filly looks good, solid. Love her coat, really well turned out. The 5 Cool, Calm, Collected making a nice impression. She's 9-5 on the morning line. Like what I'm seeing. The 7, though, honestly, would get the Paddock check mark. First time off a claim. Comes from a good barn, so you know she was in good shape when she left that barn, but she's carrying really good weight. She adds blinkers, moves up to 40,000 here, claimed for 16 last time. Should be forward, but she looks more like a colt. There's a lot of substance, or a lot of size and substance, and just really very strong looking filly. Really like what I'm seeing from her here in the paddock. Guys, keep an eye on them on the racetracks. My opinion changes quite often once I see them gallop away and how they're moving.
Certainly a twofold type of analysis when you're downstairs looking at horses from the paddock to the racetrack, as we'll take a look at number 7 in the paddock. Trust the numbers. Do you trust her?
You know, I didn't really trust her last time when she was taking that significant drop in class, and she was one that had this really outstanding maiden win, getting a 70-buyer speed figure on debut, and then just really did not back it up in her next start. We didn't see her for quite some time. She returned at a very low level in comparison to what she had been in her first 2 races, and she was a short price, and here she just got caught late by Vax. And while this track was a muddy and sealed surface, it was going a little bit further, going the 7 furlongs. That kind of class relief with what she had shown us early on in her career, she should have gotten the job done in there. And now she's stepping back up in class, and while she has changed connections and is putting the blinkers on for Chad Summers, I don't know that she necessarily fits with this level.
Yeah, and that was 2, though, at 7. So you wonder, maybe with being able to finally pair up races back to back, is there a little bit more fitness in there? I didn't necessarily like her too, but maybe just playing a little devil's advocate. She could show speed.
Yeah,
that's why I thought she was dangerous.
It's certainly possible to second off layoff Chad Brown, though he usually has them fit and ready to go.
Absolutely. As number 1, Shazi, 1 of 2 for Dave Dong.
This horse won on debut, faced some tougher horses in her next few starts, tried the grass, and maybe just needed one off the layoff.
Your tepid, head-scratching favorite is number 2, She's Awesome.
A horse that took some time to break her maiden, but to be fair, she has not been in for a tag that much so far in her career.
As number 3, Violet's Smile. Derek Ryan looked and go to get another winner on the card.
Another shipper from Monmouth is finishing second last time out, stalking the pace.
Turn back for number 4, Alice Cramden.
A horse that's lightly raised and possibly has some upside, and you can make some excuses for her last 2.
As number 5, Cool, Calm, Collected goes by.
First time in for a tag, and she has that 1 race breaking her maiden. That would make her a winner here.
There's number 7. I'm getting confused. That's Trust the Numbers, who we were just talking about previously. And number 8 in here, Dolce Sierra, who I think is a little bit interesting, Joel Rosario Sticks.
She is dropping in class, and she's also cutting back in distance. You can definitely argue that she's been facing much better horses. We'll see if this kind of relief and change in distance is a bit of a wake-up.
There's Miss Harlan's Bond, as she can be a little bit wound up when hitting the racetrack. So taking her away from the field, Jose Gomez.
And she was just outrun last time by a horse that was dropping in from Horseshoe Indianapolis in Roman Goddess, and has faced some decent horses, though, at this type of level in the past.
What did you think of the maiden breaking performance for She's Awesome last time? She's 1 to 5.
I wasn't thrilled with that enough to make her this type of overwhelming favorite, and I also don't know that I love that this is a horse that they really ran her at that special weight level for a significant period of time throughout her career. They did not want to give her up. The one time that she was in for a tag previous to that was a second place finish, second time out at a huge price to Devilly, and they've really protected her throughout her career since then. So, of course, not wanting to let her go. She was supposed to win last time, and she did over at Parks, but as far as the numbers, they don't necessarily make her the horse to beat, at least in here. And after taking so much time to break the maiden and then not cutting that claiming tag at all. She stays in for 40. She was in for 40 last time, now facing winners. I don't love it.
Here I was thinking I was being clever, and now the 8's 7 to 2. Brutal. 3 horses.
Moved the board.
No. 3 horses at 7 to 2. So taking a look here at now number 7 on your screen, Trust the Numbers, those blinkers going on 4 to 1. I think a lot of people maybe not feeling that trustworthy with her, but I will say that this JKX Racing, they have had some success when teaming up with Chad Summers, who's also had some success as of late.
He has, and this horse does have a big work in his barn. If you go back to September 21st, that was a bullet drill, best of 69 that day, going 4 furlongs in 47 and 3. So clearly things are going well with the transition over to the new barn, and it's likely that with the addition of this equipment, they want this horse to be forwardly placed, and she wasn't exactly devoid of speed before. I just don't love that she wasn't able to get the job done last time.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a race where they don't know who to bet. I mean, we see 3 horses at 7 to 2 right now. As I think we need to mention Cool, Calm, Collected, and at 4 to 1, doesn't it feel as though she's a little DOB?
Absolutely. This was a horse that was your morning line favorite in here. It has never been offered for a tag, and now is really a very fair price if you like her, taking that drop in class. I don't know that we're going to see that 78 buyer speed figure that we saw when breaking her maiden second time out at Monmouth, but this is another horse that does have some early speed. She did regress in the start following that, but that was against better horses. So now she's shifted over to be your favorite.
And two, you know, she wasn't that quick in that start two back, her last dirt effort. And then she kind of had to check slightly going into the turn. And she was never really able to recover and regain some of that ground lost. Third place finisher yesterday would return with the win with an 82. As we go back downstairs and check in with Mig, has your opinion changed on these horses now watching these warm-ups?
A little bit. A horse that really did not stand out to me in the paddock, but I really elevated on the racetrack is the 2. She's Awesome, trained by Steve Cosaris, who was my agent for a number of years. We had a lot of success together. He was a terrific agent, as he is a terrific horse trainer. Like I said, she really didn't grab me in the paddock. Did move up, elevated certainly on the racetrack and in the warm-up. The 3-horse Violet Smile, I liked her in the paddock, continue to like her here, and she's a big price. I think at 10-1, she's a horse that I have to use. I think she'll just outrun her odds. The 5-horse will ultimately be my top selection, Cool, Calm, Collected. If you put a line through her last race, which was on the turf back in July, suddenly she looks a lot better. And that, you know, big win in May, she beat She's Awesome. She's looking really good for Tim Hills, checking the boxes. I thought the same thing. She's a little cold on the board, and then she did click down a bit. And the 7-horse Trust the Numbers. She looks great. I kept going back and forth between the 5 Cool, Calm, Collected and the 7 Trust the Numbers. Ultimately landed on the 5 Cool, Calm, Collected, but Trust the Numbers, boy, I trust what I'm seeing on the racetrack. She's just making a really nice physical impression.
Yeah, I thought the same thing last time, Meg, with Trust the Numbers. It was a 2-horse race. Obviously not a match race. There was 8 horses in there, but there were only 2 horses on paper that could win. And she and Vax were the only 2. And I actually preferred Trust the Numbers looking at them. But she would come up short that day. We'll see if it's if she can see it through. Maybe blinkers going on has her running a little bit truer.
Perhaps. I mean, sometimes when you have those races at Saratoga, even though it says it's a $16,000 claiming race, it's a tougher field than it looks on paper. And then when you have a higher price tag here, it might not be the same caliber of horse. But I think that this one will have to definitely prove it against this type of company.
I agree. That was a true 16-2,
yeah.
I think. As they are heading in line for the 9th and final, and we head up one more time to the voice on the mic. That's John and Brielle. To give you the call.
2 remaining, number 4, Alice Cramden, and the 8, Dolce Sera. Alice Cramden in the white blinkers. About to go in. We've got a field of 8 sprinting at 6 furlongs to wrap up the Sunday card. Jose Ortiz is on number 2. She's Awesome, is going for his 4th win today. Alice Cramden has moved in, and a Dolce Sera on the outside. We're ready. And they're off. And it is Violet's Smile who shows first. Cool, Calm, Collected is right there. She's Awesome, Chassis, and Trust the Numbers. Those 3 are all together. Then Harlan's Bond racing in 6th. And at the back, the slow-starting Dolce Sera and Alice Cramden. A 3-way battle up front. Trust the Numbers ranging up on the outside. Violet's Smile is down at the rail. And Cool, Calm, Collected. And now Cool, Calm, Collected is battling Trust the Numbers for the lead. Violet Smile just off of them down on the inside and in 3rd. Then it's She's Awesome running in 4th, followed by Harlan's Bond on the outside in 5th. 3 lengths. Dolce Sera has advanced up into 6th. Farther back, Chassis and Alice Cramden. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. The half in 45 and 4/5 seconds. And they are in the stretch. Cool, Calm, Collected has the lead here in front by 2.5 lengths. Trust the Numbers all out. She's Awesome is down towards the rail, and Harlan's Bond is next. It is Cool, Calm, Collected trying to hold off She's Awesome. It is Cool, Calm, Collected in front. Cool, Calm, Collected has won it. She's Awesome was second, and Harlan's Bond finished third.
The horse that probably should have been favored all along does go off at 2-1. Cool, Calm, Collected delivers today, and she completes an exacta compiled of shippers in here, coming back to the NYRA circuit for the first time in a long time. Though Tim Hills, trainer of Cool, Calm, Collected, and Jairo Rendon getting the win.
Right, and you got 2-1 instead of 9-5 if you like that horse, as this one was a little bit shorter on the morning line, but more of an even betting board throughout the preliminary wagering of this race. And she was involved early and just able to pull away from this field, and really nice run from She's Awesome, able to make things a little bit interesting, but ultimately Cool, Calm, Collected had enough.
Yep, it looked like 5-2, 6 in the end, 5-2-6-7. Trust and number just unable to sustain that run. Harlan's Bond, a decent price at 11-1 to complete the try.
Yeah, absolutely. So David Donk not having to worry about his two separate owners in here this time.
The feature angle.
I know, it failed. One against.
Yeah, we were trying to figure it out. I think it's like 50%. 40 to 50%.
I hope to never know exactly how much that feature angle is successful.
I hope you don't either, because I would feel bad for you that you had that much free time on your hands.
It'll never happen, don't worry.
Well, let's take a look back through the card here, Sarah. And while we were off the turf, I think we were treated to some pretty impressive performances by the 2-year-olds in today's Futurity and Matron. Bookham Dano, I was really impressed with him. What did you think?
I mean, coming in, this is a horse that did have a big number to go back to, and I think really proved it today with a solid performance. And while this horse had everything going for him on paper and the dirt experience in this field, I was pretty impressed with how easily he was able to wrap things up in the Futurity.
Randomized, taking on older company for the first time, but in a short field, she projected to be the speed, and once again, she got to control things.
She did, and she was able to go pretty slow early on, still very much in control through those early fractions. Amore tried to make it a little bit interesting, but ultimately she was just much the best.
Yes, and also Jody's Pride getting the win. And then what about the match race? A little gerrymander. She seemed to be pretty happy with herself. As you mentioned, maybe this boosts her confidence again. I mean, the ears were flicking back and forth through what were pretty fast fractions.
They were, and I think the track is probably playing to that a little bit. I think the final margin of victory, 25 lengths.
Wow. How'd you get that so quick?
Twitter.
Nice.
I
gotta
didn't do
love
that
a little
math.
Twitter. Yeah, not gonna happen for me. It looked like a poll, as John Embrial would call in the end. And what I'm interested to see which horses, go on to the Breeders' Cup. Does Randomized go there? Try some older company yet again? We'll see. It was a fun day. Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the races. For Sarah L. Bodwy, Richard Migliori, Jonathan Kinchin, I am Maggie Wolfendale. Randomized. She takes down the Beldame. Another well-timed ride for Joel Rosario. Bookham Dano, really impressive. 109-2 for Derek Ryan and Jose Ortiz. And Jody's Pride, despite having more turf pedigree, she's 2 for 2 on the main track. A promising New York bred. It's America's Day at the races. We'll be back with you next Friday here. And thanks for joining us. Have a wonderful Sunday night.